Hello everyone. You are listening Darkwood Tales podcast, and I am here to tell you true deep wood stories. Close your eyes and enjoy. I woke up to find I wasn't where I had fallen asleep. My eyes snapping open to a ceiling of interlaced pine boughs, so densely woven that dawn itself seemed to hesitate at their threshold, dribbling only the weakest, green-tinged light into the hollow where I lay sprawled upon spongy earth. Cold dampness seeped through my flannel shirt and nested in my bones. The rich fungal rot of decomposing needles billowed up with every shallow breath I dared take, pooling on my tongue with a coppery tang that reminded me unpleasantly of blood cooled on stone. Somewhere far above that suffocating canopy, an unseen crow loosed a single ragged caw that rasped down the trunks and lodged beneath my skin like a splinter. Yet the forest did not echo it. Sound seemed to be swallowed here, devoured by moss-fuzzed roots and the thick curtains of fog that drifted sluggishly between the trees, as though the very air had been steeped in a narcotic hush. I remembered falling asleep to the hiss of a propane lantern inside a clapboard cabin, whose windows rattled beneath the first mutters of a distant storm, and I remembered Ashley's hushed voice detailing evacuation routes with the dry precision of someone who had carried strangers out of burning buildings. But I remembered nothing of leaving that cabin, nothing of the moonlit walk that must have set me down here like a lost heirloom. When I tried to sit up, the wet loam released its grip with a reluctant slurp. Pine needles clung to my back in a ragged approximation of wings, and for one disoriented heartbeat, I imagined hands pressing me down again, invisible and patient. But it was only the forest's breath exhaling through the boughs, a hollow, tremulous sigh that made every limb of every tree shudder in sympathy. The chill gnawed deeper. As I staggered upright, my boots sank half an inch, water welling in the print. Somewhere to my left, the soil emitted a faint popping sound, like suction breaking from a newly opened wound. I turned, expecting to see the others, Ashley, Tomas, that bright-eyed grad student, whose name fluttered perpetually on the edge of my memory. But the clearing yawned empty. Nothing remained of the cabin save the vaguest indentation of crushed grass, where its foundation should have rested. Even the fire ring of blackened stones we had built before turning in was gone, replaced by a mound of disturbed dirt, threaded through with roots so pale they glimmered like exposed nerves. A prickle of unease crept along my scalp. Ashley, I called, but the hush swallowed her name as completely as it did the crow's cry, leaving only a faint vibration in my own chest to prove I had spoken at all. No response, no crunch of undergrowth, no reassuring curse in that dry Kentucky drawl. With each passing second, the silence grew heavier, oppressive, until I feared opening my mouth again might break something vital inside me. So I moved instead, one careful step, then another, testing the spongy ground as though it might yawn open beneath my weight. The trees loomed taller with every pace, resinous trunks mottled by velvety blotches of black fungus that oozed an acrid sweetness. Here the fog thickened into serpentine coils that wrapped around my shins and wrists, tugging gently, inviting retreat into softer darkness. The pale roots that had formed the mound now spider-webbed outward across the soil, their tips questing above ground like blind fingers tasting the air. Where I brushed one with my boot, it recoiled with startling speed, vanishing beneath the moss in a ripple that set nearby needles trembling, as though the earth itself possessed a pulse. Lightning flickered beyond the canopy. Brief, ghastly illumination, revealing sloping ground and tumbled boulders festooned with lichen that glowed phosphorescent green for a single breath. Before darkness clamped down, a heartbeat, later thunder rolled through the valley, in a prolonged, throaty snarl that vibrated up through my soles, loosening tiny avalanches of needles from overhead branches. They pattered onto my shoulders like cold rain, and within their susurration, I caught a softer sound, the deliberate snap of wood. So close I felt the tremor in my teeth. My gaze jerked toward the noise, but the fog there was denser still, congealing into a ragged curtain that obscured whatever had moved. Beneath its hem, I glimpsed motion, something dragging, sinewy, accompanied by a wet rustle, reminiscent of sodden canvas, drawn slowly across gravel. I took an involuntary step back, heel slipping, and the scent in the air shifted. Rot, yes, but now laced with the sickly perfume of crushed pine needles, and something mineral, metallic, like old batteries left to leak their innards into dirt. My breathing quickened. Each inhale tasted of mold and iron. Lightning again, harsher this time, outlining a figure within the fog. Tall, indisputably human in silhouette, but so thin it seemed carved from darkness itself. Head canted in a listening pose. For a terrible instant, its eyes, if such hollows could be called eyes, flared with reflected firefly brightness, twin pinpricks that fixed upon me with the quiet certainty of a butcher choosing a cut. Then darkness reclaimed it, and memory of those points of light hung on my retinas like after images of the sun. When they finally faded, they did so reluctantly, tugging a thread of my sanity along with them. I told myself to move, to run, to tear through the undergrowth, toward any direction not occupied by that watching presence. But my legs refused, muscles quivering, locked, as though the forest had whispered a secret command directly into my bones. Only when thunder boomed again, so close it cracked a branch overhead, did the paralysis break. I lurched sideways beneath a drooping hemlock, its lower limbs brushing my face with feathery needles slick with condensation. Bark scraped my palms as I pressed myself against the trunk, straining to hear footsteps, breathing, any sign that the silhouette pursued. Nothing. Just wind rattling high branches and the soft drip of water onto leaf litter. Yet the silence no longer felt empty. It thrummed with expectation, as if the entire woodland had inhaled and held that breath, waiting for me to exhale first, to betray my position. I clamped a hand over my mouth, nails digging crescents into my cheek, and focused on the ground where the pale roots had recoiled. They quivered now, ever so slightly, as though sensing vibration through soil, tasting my fear. A cold raindrop spattered the crown of my head. Another slithered down my collar. Almost immediately, the sky opened, releasing sheets of chill water that hammered the foliage above in a deafening roar. In that deluge, lesser sounds vanished, snuffed out beneath the torrent, and with them went my final anchor of orientation. North, south, the slope of the mountain, all reduced to undifferentiated gray. Lightning strobed again, painting the trunks stark white on black for a heartbeat, and in that frozen tableau, I saw the clearing behind me had changed. The mound of disturbed earth was gone, leveled, yet dozens of fresh impressions stippled the soil, elongated, tapering, unmistakably finger-like, as though something had dragged itself up from below and then slithered silently into the forest. At the precise moment, my eyes were blinded by the flash. Instinct finally overruled reason. I broke from cover and plunged downslope, rain striking my face with needle sharpness, fog swirling up in dense eddies around my knees, branches lashed my arms. Somewhere a dead limb crashed to earth with a concussive thud, belching a spray of damp mulch. I tripped, skidded, righted myself by sheer will, panic fueling a reckless momentum. Yet even as I fled, I could not shake the hollow certainty that distance was meaningless here, that the forest curved inward upon itself like the labyrinthine corridors of a nightmare, delivering every path back to the same origin point. Still I ran, lungs afire, until the ground leveled beneath me and the rain slackened to a whispering drizzle. There, suspended in the hush that followed, drifted a new sound, a low, breathy moan, not human, yet horribly evocative of speech, rising and falling, as though carried on the exhale of the forest itself. It wound between the trees, mingling with the sibilant hiss of wet needles, and coaxed me forward despite every instinct shrieking retreat. I crept toward it, drawn by a perverse hope that the moan might belong to Ashley, injured but alive, calling out. The fog thinned just enough to reveal a shallow depression carpeted in moss, so vivid it seemed to glow. At its center lay an object half embedded in the muck, a cracked helmet lamp, speckled with dried blood, the strap dangling like a severed tongue. Lightning illuminated the hollow once more, and in that fierce white glare I saw that the moss was not moss at all, but a mesh of fine hair-like roots, radiating from a central stalk that pulsed faintly, as if a heartbeat throbbed through vegetal tissue. The roots flexed when the light struck, tightening around the lamp with languid possessiveness. Beneath their weave, the earth bulged and settled, as though something vast and hungry shifted in its sleep, just inches below the surface. My breath caught, a thin whine escaping despite clenched teeth, and the moaning ceased. Silence returned, heavier than before, and with it a certainty settled upon me like a shroud. Whatever watched from the tree line, whatever animated those pallid roots, had become aware, truly aware, of my presence. The forest itself seemed to lean closer, branches dipping, fog contracting, until I felt I occupied the shrinking center of a closing fist. Above, thunder rumbled a final warning. Below, roots twitched in anticipation. I backed away, heartbeat hammering so violently. The world vibrated with each pulse, but the first step triggered movement, subtle ripples racing outward through the mesh, converging on distant trunks where other tendrils rose in answer, their pale lengths writhing like eels tasting blood-warm water. Panic emptied the last of my resolve into my limbs, and I spun to flee. Yet before I could take a second step, the forest floor sighed, a long, satisfied exhalation, and opened beneath me with obscene softness, welcoming me into darkness wetter and colder than rain. Darkness that smelled of wilted flowers and freshly turned graves, as I plunged waist-deep into clinging earth, roots coiling around my calves in a lover's embrace. Only one thought burned clear through the terror. The cabin was gone, the others were gone, and the woods of Pine Mountain had swallowed me whole, and they were not yet done chewing. I don't remember clawing my way out. The next thing I knew, I was face down in a patch of ferns slick with rain, coughing up loam and flecks of something bitter that slid between my teeth like crushed insect shell. My throat burned as if I'd swallowed the storm itself. Dirt and bile, and a memory I couldn't quite scrape loose. My legs throbbed beneath me, slick with a cold that had soaked deeper than my skin, and every twitch of muscle felt like peeling bark from a living tree. I rolled onto my back, gasping for air, and the canopy above seemed even thicker than before, swollen with shadows, gravid with weight, the trees leaning in just slightly too far. I stared upward for a long time, listening. There were no birds, no insects, no wind, only the slow drip of water from branch to leaf to earth. It was a rhythm too steady, too deliberate. Like breath, I pulled myself upright, each movement sticky with resistance, like the woods themselves didn't want to release me just yet. My jeans were sodden and streaked with green smears, resin maybe, or something fouler, and my boots squelched with the sound of waterlogged pulp when I moved. I didn't dare look too closely at what clung to the leather. Around me, the trees grew even taller than before, towering black pillars etched with deep vertical grooves, some so wide I could have hidden inside them, but there were no trails. No distant echo of Ashley's voice, just a slope of earth and stone, slick with moss and tangled with veined vines that pulsed every so slightly in the corners of my vision. I tried my radio, just static, then silence. Then, impossibly, the briefest flicker of a voice I almost recognized. Lee back, too late. Then nothing. The silence that followed rang louder than the static ever had. I dropped the radio. I kept walking. The fog thickened as I moved, fat skeins of it winding between tree trunks, like the remnants of old spider webs. It muffled everything. My footfalls, my breathing, even the thoughts in my head. Each step forward felt heavier than the last, like I was wading into water I couldn't see, and beneath my boots, the earth grew stranger, not soft anymore, not spongy, hard, ribbed. At one point I crouched and touched the soil, and it wasn't soil at all. It was bark, a carpet of bark, cracked and veined and damp, laid across the forest floor like a fallen skin. I moved faster after that. The path, or what I imagined was a path, twisted through narrow corridors of leaning trees and drooping ferns, the fog parting in slow, reluctant swirls. Several times I thought I saw something ahead of me, a figure, unmoving, always just beyond the edge of visibility, but whenever I focused, it was gone, or perhaps it never had shape to begin with. Perhaps it was part of the woods, or worse, not part of the woods. I don't know how long I walked. Time felt viscous here, slippery and stretched. But eventually, I found something that stopped me cold. A backpack, just sitting there in the middle of the path, soaked and muddy, one strap torn, the fabric faded red. I stared at it for a long moment before approaching, heart thumping so loud, I half expected it to summon something from the fog. When I crouched beside it, I recognized the patch sewn near the zipper. An old scout emblem. I remembered it. Tomas. With trembling fingers, I unzipped it. Inside was a flashlight, cracked but still working, and a folded trail map warped from water damage. There was also a clump of hair, long, curly, tangled with dirt, and something sticky. I dropped the bag and stood, scanning the woods in every direction. Throat too tight to call his name. It felt wrong to speak here. Like breaking a taboo, like drawing attention to myself in a place where attention was currency, and the price was steep. Then I saw the footprints, not one set. 3, leading away from the backpack, veering off the path into a denser thicket of pine and briar. They looked wrong, too shallow, too clean, as though someone had pressed them into the forest floor without ever touching it, as if they floated just above the world I was still a part of. I followed them. I don't know why. Maybe I thought they'd lead me to Ashley. Maybe I thought I could still fix this. The prints led me to an opening between two massive trees, trunks thick as columns, bark laced with what looked like veins. Beyond them, the forest changed. The trees were all dead there, not fallen, still standing, still upright, but pale and lifeless, bark peeling in strips like paper, branches bare. A graveyard of wood. The fog didn't enter this place. It stopped at the tree line, like an obedient dog. Afraid of what lay beyond, I stepped inside, and everything went still. My breath fogged in the air, white and ghostly. It hadn't been that cold moments before, but now it felt like midwinter. My fingertips burned from the chill. I pulled my jacket tighter and pushed forward, following the tracks. My boots crunched on layers of dead needles, so brittle they cracked like bones beneath my weight. Then I saw the first cocoon. It hung from a tree like a weeping chrysalis, suspended by vines that twisted up the trunk and vanished into the canopy. The shape inside it was unmistakably human. Legs curled to chest, arms tight to sides, face hidden behind a veil of translucent membrane. The cocoon pulsed faintly, as though something inside still breathed. I backed away, but then saw another and another, dozens, all hanging from branches. Some fresh, some dried and shriveled, skin stretched tight beneath the casing. One had burst open, nothing left inside but a fine dust and a few long strands of hair caught in the vines. I turned to run, but froze. The figure was there again, closer now, still motionless, still watching. Only this time, I saw its face. It wasn't a face at all, just darkness beneath a hood of woven plant matter. A shifting tangle of leaves and thorns and roots that writhed as I looked at them. 2 faint pinpoints of yellow light burned in the depths, steady and unblinking. Not eyes, exactly, more like the suggestion of eyes, the idea of being watched. It raised one hand, or what I thought was a hand. A tangle of roots, fingers without flesh, tips ending in small tendril-like hooks. It didn't move toward me. It didn't speak, but something spoke inside me. A voice like wind in hollow trees. You are already beneath. I stumbled back, turned, ran blindly, scraping against bark, thorns tearing at my clothes, lungs burning, eyes stinging. The woods warped around me, every turn leading back to that clearing, those cocoons, that figure still standing where I left it, but always just a little closer. I ran until I collapsed, fell face first into the mud. This time when I looked up, there were no more trees, only stone. A black, monolithic wall rising from the earth, slick with moss and carved with symbols. I couldn't understand. The wall curved, disappearing into mist on either side, as if I stood before the rib of something buried deep beneath the forest. A root curled down from above and touched my shoulder gently, like a parent waking a child. Behind me, the forest whispered. Ahead of me, a hollow opened in the wall, gaping and wet, rimmed with pale, fibrous growths that pulsed in rhythm with the forest's breath. I stepped forward, because there was no other direction left to go. The mouth of the passage wasn't stone, not really. From a distance, it looked like crumbling rock, blackened with age, but up close, it had a different texture, soft, fibrous, and veined like muscle, held beneath a stretched skin of bark. When I stepped inside, it yielded slightly underfoot, the floor giving just enough to mimic the sensation of walking on something living, something dreaming. The air changed the moment I crossed the threshold. Cooler, yes, but thicker, moist like the air beneath a rotting log after rain. The scent was overwhelming, mold, wet pine, and something sweet and cloying that reminded me of decaying fruit left too long in the sun. I gagged, pulling my jacket up over my nose, but it did little good. The stench was in my throat, my eyes soaked into my clothes. The passage narrowed behind me, as if the entrance were constricting, drawing breath inward. The light thinned until even the faint silver glow of the fog behind me faded into nothing. I couldn't tell whether my eyes were open or closed anymore. Darkness became the air I breathed. My hands scraped along the walls to guide me, and every touch came away sticky. I tried not to think about what clung to my skin. I walked for what felt like hours. Time was loose here, bending and stretching in ways I couldn't measure. At some point, I started hearing things. First the faint rustle of leaves, impossible in this root-choked burrow. Then a distant whisper, like voices speaking behind walls made of soil and sinew. I couldn't understand them, just murmurs, rhythm without language. But I heard my name threaded through them, again and again. Ashley. Come back. Come home. I wasn't sure if it was the forest, the creature, or my own mind fraying thread by thread. It didn't matter. I kept walking. Then, without warning, the tunnel opened up. I stumbled into a vast hollow chamber, so sudden in its enormity that it took my breath. The walls arched into a dome above me, formed from a lattice of roots twisted into intricate patterns, glistening with damp. They pulsed ever so faintly, and in the gloom they resembled the interior of a living lung. There was no clear light source, only a faint amber glow that seemed to ooze from the walls themselves. Too dim to cast shadows, but enough to reveal that I wasn't alone. They were everywhere, figures, dozens of them, not moving. Some stood, others knelt or sat with heads bowed, all frozen mid-motion, as if caught in the instant before prayer or collapse. Their clothes were modern park rangers, hikers, even a pair in what looked like camping gear from decades past. Some bore expressions of serenity, others looked like they died screaming, but none of them moved. I approached the nearest one. A woman, maybe 40, with short hair matted to her skull. Her skin, a pallid gray, stretched too tightly across her bones. Her eyes were open, milky and fixed straight ahead. Her lips parted just slightly, and as I leaned in, I thought I heard a faint rasp of breath. I whispered, "Hey, can you hear me?" Nothing, but her eyes twitched. A flicker so small I might have imagined it. Then her lips moved, barely, as if shaping words in reverse, soundless and slow. "Beneath, I think," she said. "Or maybe believe. Or maybe nothing at all." I stumbled back. That's when I saw the roots. They weren't just forming the chamber. They were part of the people. Tendrils sprouted from the walls and ceiling, feeding into the base of their skulls, their spines, wrapping around ankles and wrists like handcuffs fashioned from ivy. I followed one vine to its source and found it sunk deep into a thick, pulsating mass at the center of the chamber. The grasping root. I knew it before I truly saw it. Knew it in the way your body knows the presence of a predator, before your mind has a chance to catch up. It wasn't a creature in the way we think of creatures, not entirely. It was a tangle, no, a hive of roots, tendrils, blooms, and thorns, all knotted into a heart-like mass the size of a small car. It quivered with breath, oozing a sap so thick and black. It looked like oil. From its center, something like an eye bulged, a dark pit rimmed with pale cilia that flexed as I moved, watching me. That eye knew me. I staggered back, nearly tripping over one of the rooted bodies, the woman again. Her mouth now open wider, gasping silently, her eyes rolling in their sockets. The roots at her back twitched. Then, from every corner of the chamber, the sound began, a low groaning, wet and organic, like the creak of ancient wood, flexing under strain. It rose in pitch, a terrible harmony of human suffering and forest breath, as if the rooted corpses had found voice. Some began to twitch, fingers curled, feet jerked, eyes rolled. I turned to run, but the way I had come was gone. The tunnel behind me had closed, collapsed under a curtain of roots and fungus that moved subtly as if aware of my panic. I turned back to the chamber. The root was swelling, vines extending toward me like fingers stretching after prey in a dream. Then, from somewhere high above, I heard it. A voice, not like the whispers before, not like the roots. Silent intrusion. This voice was human, weak, but unmistakably real. Help. Here, up here. I spun and looked up. Far above, at the very apex of the chamber, a figure dangled from a tangle of broken vines, swinging just slightly, legs kicking. A woman, pale, thin, a ragged parka hanging off one shoulder. One of the missing, I realized. Her voice trembled with exhaustion. "You have to get out," she called, "before it takes you under, before it learns your name." But before I could respond, she screamed. The root moved. Fast, a vine lashed upward and caught her ankle in a blink. She shrieked, flailing, as it dragged her back into the upper canopy. Her voice cut short, like a light switch flicked off. All that remained was the sound of vines slithering through bark. I ran. I didn't know where I was going. There were no exits, no clear paths, but I ran along the edge of the chamber, ducking low, leaping over roots, and crawling under limbs. I found a fissure, barely wide enough to squeeze through. Hidden behind the body of a man fused to the wall with bark growing from his chest. I shoved past him, felt something snap beneath my hand that might have been his wrist, and fell through the gap into utter blackness. I slid, down into a narrow chute, slick with sap and wet moss. The walls so tight they scraped skin from my arms. My scream echoed around me, muffled and meaningless. The descent lasted seconds or minutes. I can't be sure. When I landed, it was in water, freezing. I surfaced coughing, sputtering, hands clawing at the air, feet kicking against something that slithered past my leg. I struck a shelf of stone and scrambled onto it, soaked to the bone, shivering uncontrollably. Above me, the tunnel mouth had vanished. I was deeper now, somewhere older, and I was not alone. The chamber I had fallen into was smaller, circular, and quieter. The walls glistened with a soft bioluminescence, revealing dozens, hundreds of small holes in the walls, like wasp nests carved into flesh, and from each of them, a slow, deliberate movement began. Roots, no. Fingers, or something between, reaching, tasting the air. And in the center of that room, on a slab of twisted stone, was Ashley, eyes open, unblinking, smiling. At first I refused to believe it was me. The body on the stone slab, still, serene, and smiling with a kind of slack-jawed contentment, wore the same jacket I had pulled over my nose hours ago, the same scuffed hiking boots, the same narrow scar on the cheek from a hot brass coupling that had split loose during a blaze in Pikeville back in '02. It was me. It was me. Though I had no memory of lying down, no explanation for the impossible double, I wanted to look away, scream, claw at my own mind. But some cruel magnetism held my eyes there. I stepped back, heart slamming into my ribs so hard it felt like it would crack through bone. The fingers in the walls retracted slightly as I moved, curling like sea anemones under sudden light. My breath fogged in the bitter air. I was underground, deep underground, and wherever the surface was, it no longer felt reachable. My double didn't move, but the longer I stared, the more it seemed to breathe, ever so subtly. The chest lifting just a fraction, then falling. I crept closer, one step at a time, driven by a terrible compulsion that whispered, "Touch it. Wake it. Remember." I was 2 steps away when the eyes snapped open, milky white at first, then rapidly clearing to a mirror-perfect reflection of my own, and the smile widened, not a twitch, not a flicker, but a deliberate stretch of the lips, inch by inch, into something wide and toothy and wrong. My own voice slithered out from its mouth. "You finally made it back." The sound stopped me. Cold, not just the voice, but the way it resonated, like it was inside my head, behind my ears, pressing against the back of my skull from within. My own voice, layered over something older, deeper, a harmony of self and other. "What is this?" I said aloud, the words sounding pitiful in the damp echo of the chamber. "You burned for truth, didn't you?" it said, lips barely moving now, but the sound echoing perfectly. "So you came to the roots. You always do." And with that, the chamber changed. The walls pulsed once, violently, and a warm draft rose from the holes surrounding me. The smell was no longer just rot. It was memory, the sting of a burning firehouse, the sulphurous tang of lightning on summer asphalt, the sweat-soaked leather of gear under a July blaze. The chamber was inside me now, or I was inside it. I couldn't tell which. The double sat up. Its limbs moved like they'd never moved before, slowly, deliberately, as if discovering each tendon, each joint. I backed away, slipping on the slick floor, heart hammering. "They came here before you," it whispered. "The ones you were meant to protect. The hikers, the children, the curious. Their echoes root deep from the holes in the wall. Shadows began to spill, not figures exactly, but impressions, flashes, a pair of hands reaching out, a mouth screaming without sound, a shadow clutching a torn backpack. They flickered like dying film reels, projected against mist. I turned and ran down a corridor, barely large enough to crawl through tendrils that tried to close like wet lips behind me. I scraped my shoulders raw, my boot caught in a vine, and I yanked it free with a burst of panic-fueled strength, ignoring the tearing sound and the sudden sting at my ankle. Blood dripped in my wake, a breadcrumb trail for whatever followed. The tunnel opened again into a low, dripping cavern, where water leaked from roots overhead in steady rhythms like a heartbeat. There was light here, sickly green, bioluminescent veins running along the walls like veins under translucent skin. In the center of this room stood the figure I'd glimpsed earlier. Not the double, not the trapped woman from above, but the watcher, the one I'd seen back in the woods during the first flash of lightning, cloaked in black shadow, its edges fraying like burnt paper. It stood still among the roots. Its face was obscured, its form too tall, too lean. It didn't move, but I felt its focus like a weight pressing against my ribs. I froze. Behind me, the tunnel sealed. Ahead of me, it waited, and in the silence between breaths, the voice of my double whispered in my ear once more. It knows your name now. It took everything I had not to speak, not to scream, not to breathe too loudly, not to draw the attention of that thing. It didn't move, but its presence filled the chamber like a gas, heavy and invisible, pressing into my skin with slow, merciless fingers. My every instinct shouted to run, to bolt blindly into the dark. But my legs had frozen, leaden and rigid, as if the roots beneath my feet had crept up to hold me still. The watcher didn't walk. It shifted. One moment, it stood at the edge of the cavern. The next, it was closer, only a few feet away, though it had made no sound, no sign of motion. The air around it shimmered slightly, like heat rising from asphalt. Its face remained hidden beneath a hood of shadows that didn't obey natural light. And even as I stared, my vision slid from its contours like oil over glass. The edges of reality blurred around it. My pulse thundered in my ears. It raised a hand, long, thin fingers. Too many of them emerged from the cloak, jointed wrong, as if grown rather than born. It didn't point or reach. It merely unfurled, the gesture slow and open, almost welcoming. That's when the whispers began again, not behind me this time. Inside, they coiled in the hollow of my skull. Not words exactly, but impressions, images of twisted forests and open mouths full of bark, screams from beneath the soil, a heartbeat that wasn't mine pulsing in sync with the dripping roots. In those whispers, I heard something ancient, patient, waiting, the voice of the root, not through speech, but through memory. And the watcher was its mouth. My name echoed again, this time from the roots themselves. A low, groaning creak, like old wood in a deep storm, throbbed through the chamber, and I saw the vines twitch with life. They knew me, knew my thoughts, my failures, my guilt, the fire I couldn't stop, the girl I couldn't save, the child's face I still saw in smoke. I tried to shut it out. I turned and ran. There was only one exit, a narrow slit in the rock, barely shoulder wide, almost vertical. I didn't think, didn't plan. I dove toward it, scraping through with wild, clawing hands. Behind me, the watcher made no sound, but I felt it watching, a gaze that burned cold as ice along my back. I crawled up, driven by nothing but instinct, the stone tearing at my palms. My breath came in ragged bursts. My pack caught once, and I shrugged out of it without a thought, letting it fall into darkness. After what felt like an eternity, I emerged into a wider passage, lit only by the faint glow of phosphorescent moss. The air here was still wrong, warmer now, almost humid, and filled with the wet stink of rotting leaves. The tunnel sloped upward. I followed it. Time passed. Minutes, hours. My limbs shook with exhaustion. I was bleeding, thirsty, and beginning to wonder if this was another loop, another trap, when I saw it. Light, not the flickering amber glow of the root, but pale daylight, filtered through thick mist. I stumbled toward it and burst out into a clearing, a grove. It was circular, bordered by ancient pine trees that leaned in unnaturally close, their trunks bent like watchers peering inward. The grass here grew thick and silver gray, slick with dew, and in the center stood a rusted signpost, half swallowed by ivy. I brushed it off. Wraithmoor Trailhead. Closed until further notice. I was back, somewhere real, and I wasn't alone. 3 figures stood at the far edge of the grove, watching me. I recognized none of them, but their clothes were wrong, outdated, torn, faded by time. One was barefoot, another wore a rain poncho, shredded by age, and the third had no eyes, just deep sockets, gaping and black, where flesh should be. None of them moved, but they stared. One raised a hand, not in greeting, in warning, and then the wind shifted, and I saw the trees move. They bent, swayed, and breathed, and the ground beneath me pulsed. I wasn't free. I'd only wandered deeper. The Senger, Nust 4. The march to the Prove held me still, wrapped in its unnatural hush, as if the trees themselves were listening. The 3 figures remained across the clearing, half shrouded in the thickening mist, and I couldn't shake the feeling that if I blinked, if I even turned my head, they'd be closer. They didn't move like people, not bound by breath or balance, but stiff, like bones puppeted beneath drying skin. The barefoot one leaned forward with a subtle twitch, joints jerking against gravity, then stopped. The one in the rain poncho cocked its head to the side, the hood falling back to reveal hair matted with brambles, and something that glistened sap or blood. I couldn't tell. The eyeless one, the tallest, said nothing, did nothing. But its empty gaze bored through me. I whispered a word. The grove swallowed it. No echo, no reply. Then the sound returned. Not their voices, but the wind sighing through the pines in a sudden hush. A silence that pressed in like cotton packed into my ears. I heard something behind me. I turned too fast, my footing slipping slightly in the dew-slick grass, and saw nothing, just the trees, bending in unnatural synchronicity. But the grove had changed. The signpost, Wraithmore Trailhead, was now broken clean through the middle, as if something had crushed it from above. I don't know when they disappeared. One breath, they were there. The next, they weren't, but their presence lingered like mildew. Something I could feel in my nostrils, taste at the back of my throat. I staggered out of the grove, picking a direction at random. The trail beneath my feet was half swallowed by undergrowth and slick with moss. Pine needles blanketed everything, but they weren't the rusty brown of natural fall. They were blackened, wet, and clumped in a way that reminded me of hair. I walked quickly, then faster. Every few yards I'd glance back, expecting to see those watchers. But the forest behind me was always still, so still. That's when I heard the dragging. Far off at first, a slow, methodical scrape. Something heavy pulled through brush, not branches breaking, not leaves rustling, a deliberate sound, something alive, and without hurry. I ducked low, slipping off the trail, crawling into the undergrowth. The soil was cold and slick beneath my hands, and the smell was back, rote, thick and sour, laced with something sweeter underneath, like meat left too long in the sun. The dragging stopped. Then, a whisper, a child's voice, hoarse and soft. Miss Ashley. It was behind me. Inches away, I spun and saw only trees, but something darted through the brush beyond, small, fast, and wrong, a blur of limbs too long for its frame, a flash of pale skin and tangled hair. My breath caught in my throat. The voice again, "Help me." It took her eyes. No one had called me miss in years. I backed away, stumbling through the brambles. The forest changed as I moved. Trees tightening in unnatural formations, growing denser, pressing in. The dur shimmered like a mirage, and suddenly I was standing at the edge of a sinkhole, wide, black, breathing. The center writhed with roots, not from above, but below. They pulsed and twitched, reaching upward like fingers, and I saw something caught in them. A body, not fully devoured, but suspended, arms outstretched, mouth open in a silent scream, eyes wide and empty. One of the missing hikers. I recognized the orange of her jacket. It had been posted on the bulletin board back at the ranger station. She blinked just once. I staggered back. The roots writhed in response. One whipped toward me, too fast to avoid. It struck my leg, searing cold on contact, and wrapped tight. I screamed. The forest screamed with me, not in sound, but in vibration, a thrum in the ground, a howl in the bones. The sinkhole pulsed like a heart, and I felt something stirring deeper below, something waking. I dug at the root with my hands, tearing bark and flesh. My nails cracked. I didn't care. I tore free, leaving skin behind, and crawled backward, dragging myself through pine needles that writhed under me like worms. The root didn't follow, but the forest watched. From the mist, I saw them again, the three figures, now closer than before, surrounding the edge of the sinkhole. Their heads turned in unison to watch me retreat. The eyeless one grinned, lips cracking open like dry earth. "You're bleeding," it said, in a voice not its own, my own voice. I turned and ran, deeper into the woods, chased not by footsteps, not by sound, but by awareness. The root knew me now, and it was hungry. I still remember how long I ran. Time stretched thin in that forest, its rhythm wrong, detached from the ticking of watches or the turn of the sun. Shadows didn't fall where they should. The air felt thick with static, like the hush before a lightning strike. And the deeper I plunged into the woods, the more it felt like I was moving down, even as the ground stayed level. My lungs burned. My wounded leg throbbed. Every step sent a hot bolt of pain up my spine. But I didn't stop. I couldn't behind me, though I dared not look. The root was stirring. It didn't chase the way an animal might. It lured. It pulled subtly, with tremors in the soil and whispers in the wind that teased the edge of memory. I passed a weathered ranger sign, nailed to a crooked tree, primitive trail loop. Its lettering faded, almost erased, but the bark beneath it was fresh and red, like the tree had bled when the nail went in. Somewhere in the distance, I heard the scream of a hawk, but it ended abruptly, cut off mid-cry, and then the rain started. Not gentle, not natural. It began with a distant groan of thunder, then a crack that split the sky in half, and the heavens opened like a burst vein. Fat, cold drops hit the forest floor, with a noise like bone on bone. Within seconds, I was soaked. The trees wept black water. Lightning lit the woods in jagged flashes. Brief images branded into my brain. A root curling across the path in front of me like a serpent. A tree that wasn't a tree at all, but something draped in moss and breathing, eyes blinking from hollow knots. I found a hollow beneath an outcrop of stone, barely enough room to huddle beneath, and collapsed inside. Mud clung to me like a second skin. I shivered, teeth clacking, trying to think. That's when I saw the journal, half buried, leather-bound, swollen from moisture, its pages splayed like the wings of a drowned bird. I pulled it free, hands trembling, and turned the cover. The first page was dated October 1994. The writing was tight and frantic. We made camp by the North Ridge. Third disappearance this month. No prints, no blood, just gone. Trees are wrong here. They lean too far. At night, they scrape against the sky. Each page worse than the last descent into madness. Catalogued in ink, sketches of roots entwined with bones, a drawing of a figure with black vines for limbs and a hollow mouth stretched wide. The final entry was only 3 words, scrawled so hard it tore the page. "Don't drink it." A droplet splashed onto the page. Not rain, drip. Another. I looked up. The stone above me was bleeding, thin rivulets of red trailing down the mossy face. Thickening as I watched, the scent of rust filled the air. I scrambled back, out into the downpour. The path had vanished. Where I'd come in was now a wall of trees, gnarled and leaning together like conspirators. The roots at their base pulsed, bulging with unseen breath. I stumbled forward, not sure where I was going anymore, only that I had to keep moving. A clearing opened ahead, small, circular, silent. At its center stood a structure, stone crumbling, almost like a well, but shallow, with no bucket, no rope. Vines curled up its sides, clutching the stone like fingers. I approached slowly, peered inside. No water, only roots, twisting, knotted. They descended into darkness, far deeper than the well should go. They twitched as I watched. Then one reached upward. It held a boot, weathered, torn. The name tag still visible. Walker, one of the missing hikers. The girl in the photo tacked to the ranger's bulletin board. Her eyes had been so hopeful in that image. I stepped back. A voice rose from the well, gurgling, bubbling, like something trying to speak through a flooded throat. "Found you." The roots lashed upward. I turned and ran. Again, always running, my limbs numb, my thoughts scattering like leaves in the storm. Lightning split the sky, and for the briefest moment, I saw the forest shift. The trees weren't where they had been. The trail behind me was gone again, and ahead, a light, warm, flickering. Fire. I stumbled toward it, desperate, my legs barely holding. As I drew closer, I saw a cabin, small, rotted, but intact, with a narrow porch and a crooked door, swinging in the wind. Smoke curled from the chimney. It shouldn't be here, but I had nowhere else. I stepped inside and found photographs, hundreds of them, pinned to the walls, scattered across the floor, strung with twine from corner to corner, every one of them of the forest. Different seasons, different skies, but always the same shapes in the distance. Shadowed figures at the tree line, watching, waiting, and in one of them, faded, curled at the edges, I saw myself standing in the mist, eyes wide, mouth open. Caught mid-scream, I backed away, knocking over a chair. Something moved in the next room. A dragging sound, familiar, and then the door slammed shut behind me. The slam echoed through the rotted cabin, like the final heartbeat of something long dead. The boards groaning in protest, as if they too knew what I had just done, stepped willingly into the mouth of something ancient and waiting. My breath fogged the air, though the fire crackled steadily in the hearth, its warmth false, its light, too soft, too golden for a place like this. The dragging sound came again from the back room, slow, wet, like a body pulled across damp leaves. I moved without thinking, driven by something between instinct and madness. I pressed myself flat against the far wall, trying to breathe as little as possible. The flickering firelight painted everything in moving shadows, and with each sway, the photographs seemed to shimmer. Some had changed, faces blurred or vanished, trees bending toward the figures that once stood in the distance. I could have sworn I saw one reach. The dragging stopped, then a whisper. Ashley. Low, right behind the door frame. My name, spoken with reverence and wrought. The doorknob turned, slow, deliberate. But the door didn't open. Instead, a hand curled around the frame, gray-skinned and swollen, fingers too long and bent at wrong angles, nails blackened and wet. It hovered there, unmoving. Then it receded. I didn't wait. I grabbed the first thing within reach, a rusted lantern off a nearby table, and edged toward the only other exit I could see, a trap door, half obscured by a moth-eaten rug near the fireplace. My hand trembled as I peeled it back. The hatch was covered in runes, burned deep into the wood, some still faintly glowing, as if branded by a heat that never cooled. I shouldn't have opened it, but I did. Beneath, stairs descended into a darkness that swallowed light whole. The fire dimmed behind me as I started down. The trapdoor creaking closed on its own, above me, sealing with a click like a lock engaged. The air grew colder, damp. My breath echoed around me now, too loud, too sharp. The walls were close here, carved stone slick with moisture and streaked with something darker. At intervals, twisted roots pushed through the mortar like tumors, pulsating in sync with my heart. Or was it the other way around? At the base of the stairs, I entered a room carved from the bedrock. It was circular and low-ceilinged, lined with shelves of glass jars, each containing things I couldn't name, bees suspended in murky fluid, mouths that still twitched, a child's shoe soaked in something brown, names scratched into the stone beneath each jar, dates ranging back a century or more. In the center of the room sat a chair, and on the chair, bound by roots, was a man barely alive, eyes glassy, lips cracked. When he saw me, he began to cry. "Please," he rasped. "Not again. Don't let it feed again." I moved closer despite myself, the roots twitching in response. His skin was puckered where they pierced him, feeding into him. He sobbed harder. "Burn it," he gasped. "You have to." The wall behind him cracked. Not a structural collapse, a deliberate splitting. Roots slid through the seam, too many, too fast. Like a flood of limbs, they grabbed him, pulled him back through the stone, and before I could even scream, he was gone. Only the chair remained, splintered and bleeding sap. The jars began to shake. I turned to run, but the stairway had vanished. Only a wall of twisting vines stood behind me now, closing slowly like a mouth. The only way forward was a narrow tunnel leading deeper into the earth, lit by that same flickering golden glow from before. But it wasn't firelight this time. It was the root. I walked for what felt like hours, past bones folded into the walls, their sockets turned to follow my passing, past stone altars, overgrown with mossy hair, and symbols that writhed when stared at too long. My injured leg dragged behind me, useless now, swollen and blistered where the root had touched it. Eventually, the tunnel opened into a vast cavern. The ceiling disappeared into darkness. The floor pulsed like flesh. In the center stood a massive gnarled tree, black bark, no leaves. Its roots stretched in every direction like veins. At its base, people knelt, dozens of them, all silent, all swaying gently, as if listening to a music I couldn't hear. One turned. It was the eyeless figure from the clearing, its mouth now sewn shut with vine, its face streaked with dirt and reverence. It held out a hand. I backed away, but behind me, something stirred. Massive, slow, inevitable, the root itself, rising from the cavern floor, its limbs fanning out in search, and I realized the people weren't worshipping it. They were feeding it. One by one, they stepped forward, pressed hands to the tree, and were absorbed, roots sliding over them, pulling them in, clothing and all. No screams, no fight. Just surrender. The eyeless one reached me. I ran. I don't know how I escaped the cavern. My memories blur into flashes, cold tunnels, screams I couldn't place, the feel of bark against my spine, as I crawled through a hole not meant for human passage. And then light. Moonlight. I broke through the earth like a corpse, gasping and clawing. Covered in soil and blood, I was back in the forest, but the trees were wrong again. Their trunks leaned closer. Their shadows moved on their own, and the path that led me here no longer led out. I should have died in that cavern. I know this. I felt it. The way you feel the weight of your own name, the way your spine recognizes a fall before it hits the ground. But the root let me go. Or maybe it didn't let go at all. Maybe it had merely decided I wasn't ready yet. Maybe I had more to see. The forest above felt wrong in ways that were more subtle now, more insidious. The sky was visible, but there were no stars. The moon hung motionless, bloated and jaundiced like a sick eye, watching through the canopy. The air smelled like overripe fruit, rot just beginning to bloom. I wandered without direction, without hope, just driven forward by instinct and the need to not be anywhere still. The photos from the cabin wouldn't leave my mind, my face among them, frozen mid-scream. I hadn't screamed. Had I? I don't remember. At some point, minutes, hours, years later, I stumbled across a road, cracked and old, barely more than a forgotten path of crumbling asphalt, swallowed by root and weed. But it was a human thing, man-made. I fell to my knees on it, wept into the broken stones, then forced myself to rise and follow it. It led to Wraithmore, or what was left of it. It passed through this town years ago, back when I was still putting out fires and not just trying to outrun the ones inside my head. Back then it was dying but still breathing. Now it was husk-like, windows shattered, paint peeled, every building empty, not abandoned, stripped. The only sound was wind moving through hollow doorways, and the crows, dozens of them, perched along rooftops and wires, silent, unmoving, watching. A diner's neon sign flickered faintly. Eat, though no power lines fed it. I entered the sheriff's station. Dust coated everything. But there were no cobwebs, no signs of decay beyond the purely cosmetic. It was like the people had vanished mid-shift. Chairs still pulled out. Coffee still staining a desk. In the back office, I found a wall covered in maps. The park, dozens of red strings crisscrossing between pins, notes scribbled in the margins. Can't be tracks if there's no prints. Ranger Myers heard voices in the fog again, burned the body. It screamed, and then in the center, one word, circled 3 times in thick black marker. Root. A file cabinet stood open. I rifled through it, hands shaking, until I found photos. Ones I recognized from the cabin, and ones I didn't. Missing persons, hikers, campers, even a few locals, all with the same dead-eyed stare in their final pictures, all taken in or near the park. One folder held a VHS tape, labeled simply, "Watch Alone." There was a player in the evidence room. Against every instinct I had, I fed the tape in and hit play. Now static, then a man's face, pale, haggard, lit only by the flicker of a fire. He was whispering, though no sound came for the first minute. Then the audio cut in, sudden, sharp. If you're seeing this, you're already marked. It sees you through the leaves, through the dark, through your own eyes. The tape shook, as if the man holding the camera was convulsing. Behind him, the woods churned like a pot about to boil. "It doesn't need to catch you," he hissed. "It just needs you here. Just long enough, just deep enough. Then the shadow walks behind your shadow, and you stop knowing which one is yours." Then, in a final shaky breath, "There is no outside. Not anymore." The screen went black, then showed the footage again. But I wasn't watching the man now. This time, I saw myself, barely in frame, standing in the background, behind the trees. Still, starring. I turned the player off, heart pounding so hard I couldn't think, couldn't breathe. Outside, it had begun to snow, except it wasn't snow. It was ash. Soft gray flecks drifted down, melting into the skin like oil where they touched the ground. Roots began to stir, slithering outward from beneath the earth. I backed into the hallway, where I caught sight of the holding cell. Someone, or something, was inside. A woman, or what had once been one. She was crouched in the corner, hair draped over her face, long strands tangled with soil and rot. Her arms were wrong, bent too far, her joints twisted like bark, roots coiled from her back like wings. Her head turned slowly toward me, and in a voice like crumbling stone, she said, "Do you remember your fire? Do you remember what you let burn?" The floor rippled beneath my feet, and the station collapsed inward, not in ruin, not in decay. It folded the way paper folds in fire. Ceiling, walls, desks, all pulled inward as if drawn to a single point. I fled out the front, into the ashen snow, the sky above now swirling with dark clouds that formed spirals. The crows took flight all at once, screaming, not calling, but screaming. Human voices trapped in beaks. At the edge of the town, the forest waited. It had moved closer. The trees now grew from cracks in the pavement. Vines draped across rooftops. Wraithmore wasn't next to the park anymore. It was within it, swallowed whole. There was no outside. Not anymore. I turned limp, dragging me forward, and disappeared back beneath the trees, where the shadows knew my name, where the roots were already waiting. The shadows no longer whispered, they roared. The forest closed in around me, thick branches scraping my skin, thorned vines coiling like serpents, squeezing with a slow, deliberate malice that chilled my bones and drowned my screams in their suffocating grasp. My breath came in ragged gasps, each inhale laced with the bitter scent of rot and earth freshly turned, a scent that clung to my lungs as if it were the last thing I would ever taste. I stumbled through the thicket, limbs entangled, the oppressive silence shattered only by the sickening wet sound of the grasping root, stretching, hunting, growing with relentless hunger. The faint flicker of a shadowy figure lurked just beyond my vision, a silhouette draped in darkness that moved with impossible grace, watching, waiting, never quite close enough to touch, but always there. A ghost tethered to this nightmare. Every step forward was a battle against roots that twisted and writhed, reaching from the soil like the desperate fingers of the dead, their touch burning with an ancient malevolence. My skin burned where they grazed, a cold fire that seared and paralyzed, warning me of the fate that awaited the unwary, the fate of becoming one with the forest, swallowed whole and lost forever beneath the choking canopy. I tried to scream for help, but the sound was swallowed by the thick, humid air, swallowed by the forest itself, which seemed to pulse and breathe with a life all its own. The ground beneath me shifted, uneven and alive, and I fell, sprawling across a bed of moss and decayed leaves. The shadows leaned closer, swallowing the last shards of light, wrapping me in a suffocating embrace of blackness and decay. Time lost, meaning here. Seconds stretched into eternities as I was dragged deeper into the grasp of the forests. Terrible secret. The roots coiled tighter, a noose of bark and blood, pulling me down into the earth, where light could never reach. I felt my limbs grow heavy, my thoughts clouded by an endless hunger that was not my own, a hunger that whispered promises of oblivion and peace. And in that final moment, before the darkness claimed me, I glimpsed it, a vast, gnarled mass at the heart of the forest, the ancient source of the grasping root's power. It throbbed with a sick, verdant light, its tangled limbs stretching infinitely into the soil and sky. A living nightmare rooted in the very bones of the mountain. I was no longer Ashley, the firefighter, the seeker of truth. I was something else now, a fragment, a shadow trapped beneath the forest's cruel embrace, forever lost in its labyrinth of roots and darkness. The figure in the shadows reached out one last time, a silent promise of eternity whispered on the wind. And then I was gone. The forest exhaled, swallowing the last of my breath, and the grasping root waited patiently for the next soul to wander too deep, to lose themselves in the shadows, forever wandering. Story 2. I first heard the flute just after dusk, when the sky above black sage was the color of bruised fruit, and the light had bled out through the trees like something wounded. It was faint, almost nothing at all, but it tugged at me, low and breathy and strangely hollow. The kind of sound you don't hear so much as feel, just beneath the skin, as if your own bones were humming in recognition. At first I thought it was a trick of the wind winding its way through the valley, that peculiar way it threads itself between dying leaves and old bark, to make a sound that resembles something ancient and half forgotten. But the longer I stood there, just beyond the tree line where my car's engine still ticked softly behind me like a cooling heart, the more I understood that what I was hearing was not natural. It was music, and it was calling me. The trees along the edge of Savoy Mountain State Forest stood like sentinels, tall and dry and bladed with the last of November's stubborn rust-red leaves. They seemed to lean inward, just slightly, as though listening with me. I felt no wind now. The air was too still, too thick. It smelled of cold earth, wet moss, and something else, metallic, like rust or old blood, sharp enough to sting the nostrils. The moment felt hollow, as though time itself had sucked in a breath and was holding it, waiting to exhale only once I took that first step forward. But I did. The flute's melody retreated as I moved, but only just, staying always at the edge of perception, never closer, never farther, like a child's laughter echoing through a dream. I followed it through undergrowth that snagged at my coat, and thorny brambles that dragged along my skin with the delicacy of fingernails. The deeper I went, the more the forest seemed to narrow, the trees drawing close together, their branches arching and tangling above me like ribs knitting together over something buried. The path, if there had ever been one, vanished after 100 paces or so, replaced by a soft, leaf-covered sprawl that muffled my footsteps and absorbed every sound I might have made. I could no longer hear the gravel of the road behind me. Even the memory of it felt distant. The music played. There was something in it now, something mournful, a low, bending note that quivered like a voice just shy of breaking. I stopped walking, suddenly chilled. The sensation that I was being watched had crept in somewhere between the last breath and the next, so subtly that I hadn't noticed until it was already heavy upon me. The back of my neck prickled. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the trees for movement. Nothing stirred, but the shadows seemed thicker than they had been, and the spaces between trunks narrower. I whispered a quiet prayer, not to God, but to those older spirits who linger in silence, the ones who see without being seen. My breath came out in a visible plume, curling in the air, like a spirit taking form. Donald the flute seemed to say, though of course it couldn't. That was madness, but the name was there, threaded through the music like a hidden refrain, undeniable and impossibly real. I kept walking. They'd been here before, years ago, long before the signs had gone up, back when the trails were still open, before the disappearance of that college student and the fire that had taken out most of the ranger's station. I remembered where the tribal grounds had once been, sacred land belonging to the Wampanoag before the settlers had buried it beneath survey markers and chain-link fencing. I remembered the stories too, told in whispers at town gatherings and in brittle old newspaper clippings, ceremonies that were never meant to end, masks carved from trees that bled, chants that had once kept something down in the roots where it belonged. Now that place was sealed, hidden, beyond what little remained of the forest's rotted fencing and fallen signage, but I could feel it ahead of me, like a pulse beneath the soil, and the music, always the music, pulled me onward. As I moved deeper into the woods, the forest began to change. It was subtle at first, an absence more than a presence. The calls of birds faded. The scurry of small creatures beneath the underbrush went silent. The trees no longer looked right. Their trunks were too thick, knotted with strange protrusions, their bark peeling like blistered flesh. Lichen clung to them in curling, yellowed patches, and here and there, something darker, something black and wet and vaguely fibrous, twisted around the base of their roots like veins. The ground softened, grew slick with decay. I could smell rot now, thick and wet, overripe with the scent of things long dead and recently disturbed. The flute played on, unwavering. I should have turned back. Every instinct in my body screamed for it. But grief is a strange compass. It points not toward safety, but toward what you have lost, no matter the cost. And I had lost more than I could bear. My wife, Lena, gone a year now, torn from me by a sickness that the doctors could not. Her final days marked by whispers in her sleep, and a gaze that often seemed to look not at me, but through me. She had been afraid in those final weeks, afraid of the trees, afraid of something coming up through the floorboards. Though we lived in a house with a stone foundation, her last words to me had been, "Don't listen to it, don't follow it." I hadn't known what she meant until now. The ground leveled suddenly, and the music stopped, just like that, cut off mid-note. The silence that followed was immense, ringing in my ears like a pressure drop before a storm. I blinked, heart pounding, and stepped forward into a small clearing I hadn't remembered from my last visit. The soil here was dark, almost black, and the grass, if it was grass at all, was sparse, stringy, and pale, like hair. At the center of the clearing stood a weathered wooden post, maybe 6 feet high, its surface carved with symbols I couldn't decipher. The post had split near the top, as though struck by lightning, and within the break, something had been placed. A mask. It was impossibly old, carved from a single piece of wood, so dark it seemed to drink in the fading light. The eyes were hollow, wide, and uneven, the mouth open in a soundless scream. Jagged root-like tendrils trailed down from its jaw, wrapping around the post like a noose. My breath caught in my throat. My feet refused to move. I felt it then. A shift, not in the air, but in me, as though something had stepped inside the space behind my thoughts and begun to unfurl there, testing the shape of my mind, like a hermit crab, sliding into a new shell. I couldn't look away, and then the music began again. But this time, it was inside me. The sound was not carried by air, not funneled through trees or echoed in hollows. It was inside me now, thrumming in the space behind my ears, playing low and steady like a memory I couldn't dislodge. Each note scraped against thought, peeling it back. I stood motionless before the mask, my breath shallow, as though drawing too much air might invite something closer, something listening. I don't know how long I stayed there. The light had drained entirely from the sky, yet there was no true darkness here, only the cold silver afterglow of cloud-diffused moonlight filtering through skeletal branches. I forced myself to turn away, but the forest would not let me forget. And always, just beyond the reach of my light, were the shapes, tall, still, not trees, not quite. I stumbled, hit the ground hard. The soil was soft, but not empty. It writhed beneath my hands, alive with crawling things I could feel, but not see. Their legs pricked my skin, their bodies cold and damp. I scrambled to my feet, heart hammering, sweat slicking my back. Despite the freezing air, my flashlight, somewhere behind me, flickered weakly on the forest floor before going out altogether. Not spoken, not heard. A soundless scream pressed into my skull like a blade sliding between thought and reason. It was not pain. It was intrusion. Something that did not belong was inside, pushing against the walls of memory, rummaging through old sorrow, tasting it, the grief that had defined me, the hollow shape Lena left behind. It reached for that space and fed. I dropped to my knees. Fingers dug into the soil. I tried to scream, but no sound came. Only light, sudden, blinding, white. It erupted behind my eyes, seared through the darkness, like lightning forked through bone. The forest disappeared. The trees vanished. Even the sound retreated. I was suspended in nothing, floating, sightless, but for that burning white core that pulsed and hissed and cracked the air with static. Then dark, utter complete, the kind of black that has weight, texture, intention. I was buried in it, and then I wasn't alone. I felt it before I saw it. Something shifted in the dark, wet and slow, dragging limbs across ground that wasn't there. A dragging sound, part roots, part flesh, slithering like split muscle. It smelled of rot and resin, of fresh-cut bark and something fouler, something warm and intestinal. A shadow broke from the nothing, a form, long arms that moved with unnatural grace, fingers like vines twisted with bone. Its face. There was no face, only the remnants of one. Eyes hollowed by bark, lips fused by sinew, teeth jutting sideways through ruptured wood. It moved like a memory of pain, silent and relentless. It knew me, not as Donald, not as man. It knew the shape of my loss, the hunger in me, the weakness, and I understood in that moment that it had waited for someone empty enough to carry it, to carry the curse. Then I was back. The forest returned in a blink, and I was standing, not kneeling, not collapsed, just standing, 20 feet from where I'd first seen the mask. But the clearing was gone. The post, the mask, vanished, as though swallowed whole. The flute had stopped, and yet the feeling remained. The certainty. I had been chosen. The music had not led me astray. It had brought me exactly where it wanted me to be, and something had followed me back. It began with the roots, tiny at first, barely more than filaments, worming their way through the soles of my boots as I walked, unnoticed, until I felt the pressure, not pain, but an intimacy, a probing, like fingers searching for a pulse beneath the skin. I stopped, yanked my foot back. The root snapped, wet, pale. It left a smear across the leather like sap, but darker, thicker, almost black. That was the first sign. The second came in the trees. I thought it was a trick of the light at first. Shadows where there shouldn't have been any. A flicker at the edge of my vision. Branches that moved when there was no wind. But then I saw it clearly. A shape half-formed in the bark of an old sugar maple. Tall and twisted. Its torso stretched like bark peeled too far. Its face sunken and mouthless, as though mid-scream. It was fused to the tree, not beside it. Part of it, one limb, black and knotted, protruded from the trunk, its fingers twitching in slow, spastic pulses. I didn't scream. I couldn't, not anymore, since the mask, since the light. Since the dark, something in me had changed. It was as though the forest was listening now, not passively, but actively, hungrily. It didn't want me to leave. More than that, it needed me here, as if, after all these years, it had finally been allowed to breathe again. And I was the first breath it drew. I moved quickly. Or tried to. My limbs felt sluggish, like moving through wet wool. The trees were denser than before. I had no idea how much time had passed. My phone was dead. My compass spun when I checked it. I hadn't seen a single trail marker or man-made object in over an hour, if I could still measure time that way. Then came the flash, blinding. Again, just like before. No warning, no origin, a blast of searing white light that exploded behind my eyes, lit the forest like a photo negative. Every branch and leaf etched into my vision with unnatural clarity, and then swallowed whole by a void so absolute. It felt like drowning in ink. The darkness had texture, like it was pressing against my skin. I reached out instinctively and felt bark, but wrong, soft, breathing. A whisper tickled my ear. Not words, but the shape of a word. My name, perhaps. Or hers. Lena. I spun. No one. I turned again, and the forest was different. The trees had shifted, not just in shape or distance, but in age. Some were now rotted stumps, others impossibly new, their bark smooth and pale as bone. The forest had rewound or jumped ahead. The moon above was full, where before it had been waning. The stars no longer matched any sky. I knew time had come onward. That was when I heard the crying, soft, childlike, echoing through the trees. I should have turned back, but something in the sound, something brittle and shattered, told me I knew that cry. I ran, stumbling toward it, calling out before I could stop myself. Hello? Are you hurt? It didn't answer. It only wept, and the trees began to close. They moved, not with speed, but with certainty, slowly rearranging themselves, trunks narrowing the space between them, their roots curling above the ground like fingers lacing together. The air thickened, breathing became labor. My thoughts began to flicker. Panic whispered at the edge of rationality. But I had to find the source of the crying. I reached a hollow at the base of a massive oak, easily centuries old, its bark warped into terrible spirals. Inside, something glimmered. A piece of red cloth, torn, familiar. It had belonged to Lena, from a scarf she wore, often during her final weeks. When she claimed the cold would never leave her bones, I reached inside to retrieve it, and something grabbed my wrist. Thin fingers, brittle, but strong. Bark covered. They held fast for one impossible second, and then let go. I fell backward into the leaves, gasping. My hand burned with cold. When I looked down, there was something etched into my skin. Not a wound. Not quite. More like a brand. Raised, puckered flesh, forming a shape I didn't recognize, yet somehow understood. The same symbols carved into the post. The same ones I had seen in my dreams since Lena's death. A sigil of belonging. The rooted horror had marked me, and the forest accepted me now. The crying stopped, replaced by rustling. All around me, I wasn't alone. They moved like wind through flesh. The shapes around me were no longer just illusions of shadow and bark. They had substance now. A slow grace that mimicked the way hunger feels when it waits patiently to be fed. They never stepped fully into the moonlight, never revealed themselves entirely, but they circled, their movement a deliberate choreography designed to disorient, to mesmerize. I could hear them, not their feet, but their breath, rasping, shallow, drawn through mouths that no longer knew how to speak. The crying had ceased entirely, as if snatched away. In its place, silence dense enough to press against my teeth. I didn't run. Running would mean I thought I could still escape. I turned in place, slowly, carefully. The hollow where I'd found the scarf was now empty, as if it had never existed. The red cloth still clung to my hand, though, soaked now with something thicker than dew. And when I looked down, it pulsed faintly with heat. I dropped it without thinking, and the ground swallowed it whole, leaves and soil collapsing like a mouth closing after a meal. I backed away. My legs were trembling, my knees unstable. Whatever had marked me was still burning, still binding itself into my skin. I could feel it threading deeper, like vines through soft wood, carving paths between muscle and vein. It wasn't pain, not exactly, but it was claiming. Then came the voice again, not from the dark this time, not from within, from above. Donald, her voice. Lena. I lifted my head slowly, dread and desperate hope warring in my chest. High above, nestled in the crook of two massive branches, something hung, a figure draped in white, hair trailing like roots from a drowned corpse. Arms limp at her sides, she turned slowly, suspended not by rope but by the trees themselves, bark and sinew wrapped lovingly around her waist and ankles. Her face was pale, blurred at the edges, like memory degraded by grief. Donald, you shouldn't have come. My throat closed. I couldn't speak. My mind was fracturing, every shard cutting with a different truth. She was dead. She was here. She was part of this, and worst of all, she was right. The branches creaked as they lowered her, not with violence, but with reverence. They placed her at the edge of the clearing, like an offering. Her feet didn't touch the ground. The roots held her aloft. Arms now extended, fingers limp, head tilted, as though listening to something just beyond my hearing. You brought it back with you, she whispered. Her eyes, when they opened, were nothing but bark and rot. I didn't mean to. I choked. But it needed you, she said. I took a step back. The forest responded. Trees moved, a shuffle, a murmur, bark splitting in time with my breath. Something wet dripped onto my shoulder. I looked up, only briefly, and saw not leaves, but eyes, hundreds, watching, rooted into the canopy, stitched into every limb. I ran. This time, the forest let me. It didn't close around me. It opened. A path appeared where there had been none, not a trail, but a throat. Twisting, unnatural, the trees leaned inward, their limbs forming a gnarled tunnel, lined with moss and thorns, beckoning me forward, like a birth canal lined in memory. I stumbled through, too afraid to stop, too afraid to question the sudden passage. The trees blurred. My breath came ragged. I could feel the sigil on my skin reacting, glowing faintly beneath the fabric of my coat, as though pulsing with the rhythm of the forest itself. Then the house. It rose out of the earth, like it had been waiting there for years, obscured until now, a ranger's cabin. But older, crumbling porch, windows clouded with moss, door half-rotten but intact. My legs carried me there before I knew what I was doing. Shelter, a pause, a breath. I shoved the door open and stepped inside. Silence followed. The air was thick, with mildew and old smoke. Dust hung motionless, unmoved by breeze or breath. Every surface was warped, water damaged, but someone had been here recently. Mugs still sat on the table. A map was spread across the floor, weighted down with stones. Candles burned low in corners where no wind reached, and in the center of it all, resting atop a tattered woven blanket, was the object I had come for, the mask. It was smaller now than I remembered, but no less terrible. Its features had changed. Where once its mouth had been open in agony, now it was stitched closed with fine red thread. Its eye sockets wept. Sap. Its surface was slick with something that looked like oil, but smelled of burned pine, and around it, etched into the wood floor in a language I didn't recognize but understood, was a circle, a warning, a trap, a seal. I approached slowly. My breath felt like it belonged to someone else. The rooted horror wasn't far, and it knew I was here. I didn't touch it. Not yet. The mask pulsed faintly in the dim light. A heartbeat in wood. Every instinct screamed at me to step away, to close the cabin door and vanish into the forest's waiting throat, to pretend I hadn't found it. But the sigil on my wrist had begun to ache. No, not ache. Tighten, as if bound by invisible cords. The closer I drew to the mask, the more it responded, not with sound or light, but with presence and awareness. Watching me the way the forest did, I crouched at the edge of the circle. The runes carved into the floor had bled into the grain of the wood, ancient and unreadable, but throbbing with warning. My eyes drifted along their edges, and though I'd never studied the old languages of the Eastern Algonquian tribes, I knew their meaning. Do not break the seal. Yet, here I was. My fingers hovered over the edge of the circle. The air within it shimmered, like heat rising off pavement. Though the cabin was frigid, my breath curled in front of me. But inside the circle, the vapor dispersed instantly, as if swallowed. The mask moved, just a twitch. Its jaw flexed beneath the stitching, wood grinding like teeth in a restless sleep. I stood and staggered backward, knocking into the rotting table. The map spilled across the floor, its inked lines twisted and blurred. A section marked Black's Age Tribal Grounds had been blacked out, the ink scrawled over again and again until it tore through the parchment. Just below it, a second note was written in red. The curse feeds on grief. It speaks through her now. Her to sack, Lena. I tore my eyes from the paper, bile rising in my throat. She had warned me, above the trees, swaying like a marionette in the rooted horror's grasp. But had it truly been her, or merely a mask the forest wore to draw me in? The cabin groaned. The wind had changed, not outside. The windows showed nothing but motionless dark. But within, a pressure thick and wrong pressed against the back of my skull. I turned slowly. The mask was gone. In its place, a hole had opened in the center of the floor, a gaping maw where the runes had once sealed. No bottom, no end, just roots. Writhing, slick, moving like serpents. And you can free ada, or da. Theringas mini b. Wallas. The flash. No time to prepare. Just blinding, pure white agony. Light exploded behind my eyelids. The world inverted for a second that could've lasted an hour. I screamed inside. My mouth didn't open. My lungs didn't work. But I felt the scream, silent and deafening, ricocheting inside my skull. When it ended, I was on the ground. The cabin had changed. It was younger. No rot, no dust. The table unbroken. Candles, tall and freshly lit. The walls glowed with firelight. And across from me, a man. He sat cross-legged beside the seal, his hands resting on his knees. He was dressed in ceremonial robes, faded with age, but immaculate. His eyes were shut. His skin was weathered and lined, but calm. He looked like someone from the old photographs I'd seen in the Black Sage archives. Tribal elders, a keeper of lore. He opened his eyes, and I recognized him. He had my face, older, wiser, but me. You were warned, he said. Voice layered with echoes. I stared, breathless. You don't remember yet, but you will. The mask lay between us, again pristine and newly carved. Its features now bore Lena's face, her wide eyes, her trembling mouth. I lunged forward, screaming for him to stop, to get away from it, to leave her alone. But he smiled. You put her there. You broke the seal. You let the hunger in. The mask laughed. Not a sound I could hear with my ears, but with the marrow of my bones, dry, cracking wood, and ancient mirth. I closed my eyes and opened them in the present. The cabin was ruins again. Cold, the hole still yawned in the floor, roots twitching like nerves. The mask no longer visible, but I could feel it inside the forest. The sigil on my wrist had spread, now halfway up my forearm, its lines writhing beneath the skin like insects trapped in glass. I left the cabin, slowly, knowing what waited beyond. The rooted horror was near, and I was part of its becoming. There are silences in these woods that feel engineered, not natural. A hush with weight, with motive, like something holding its breath as you pass, deciding whether to let you continue. The trees no longer whispered like they once did. Now they stared, and I felt it. Felt them watching, not just from behind, but from within, as though the forest had grafted itself to the inside of my skin. I walked, because I didn't know what else to do. The trail had vanished again, swallowed by moss and bramble. Every step sank deeper than the last, and each root I stepped over felt like a limb shifting just slightly out of reach. My arm throbbed where the sigil writhed, heat rising from it in waves like fever dreams. Somewhere in the far-off dark, the flute played again. Not music, exactly, not even sound, in the traditional sense. A pattern of tones that bypassed the ears entirely and burrowed directly into thought. A melody that remembered me. A tune older than language, stitched into the memory of bark and blood. I should have stopped walking. I didn't. I found myself in another clearing. Unfamiliar, yet deeply known. This one wasn't on any map. The trees around its perimeter leaned inward unnaturally, forming a circle so precise it might have been etched with compass and blade. In the center stood what could only be called an altar, a slab of petrified wood slick with rain, and something thicker, darker, above it, hanging motionless in the air, without rope or tether, was the mask. It hovered, slow turning, and this time, it looked at me. Its eyes weren't hollow anymore. They were filled with moving shadow, figures pressing against the surface from within, desperate to escape or eager to invade. Its jaw had unstitched itself. Slowly, lovingly, I heard Lena's voice. "Donal," she said again. But it was different. Now, warmer, closer. Too close. I turned. She stood at the edge of the circle, alive, or what wanted me to think it was alive. Her hair was damp with dew or sweat or sap. Her hands hung by her sides. Her feet were bare. "She can't come any closer," I whispered. She didn't. But her eyes never left mine. "They remember you," she said softly. "The forest, the tribe, the mask. You've been here before." "No," I muttered. That wasn't me, but it was. Somewhere in me, I knew the dream in the cabin hadn't been hallucination. It had been memory, or prophecy, or both. "You made a promise," she continued. "You said you'd come back for me. And now you have." I fell to my knees. The pressure in my skull had returned, an invisible scream building behind the eyes, waiting to be unleashed. The mask rotated to face me fully. I could feel it pulling at the threads of my grief, my guilt, unspooling them like silk from a cocoon. "Why can't I leave?" I whispered. "You brought the seed," Lena said, pointing to my arm. "It planted itself in you when you crossed the threshold. That's how it spreads, through loss, through longing, through the ones who can't let go." The altar began to glow. No light, just awareness, a sensation that made my teeth ache. The roots in the ground slithered forward, curling over my boots, gentle as hands. They didn't pull, not yet. Just held me there. "You can give it to me," she said. "What?" "The mask, the burden, the curse. It wants you, but I'm already part of it. I can hold it longer, Let me carry it. But I knew, somehow, that wasn't Lena speaking. Not anymore. Her shape flickered at the edges. Her voice rippled through octaves like shifting radio static. The forest watched through her eyes. The rooted horror wore her face. I reached for the mask. It floated just above my hands, humming like a struck bell. My fingers trembled as they passed through the shimmer of its influence. I didn't feel wood. I felt breath, pulse, flesh. The eyes followed my movement. As I touched it, the sigil on my arm flared, lines extending toward my fingers, wrapping around the mask in luminous tendrils of blood-red light. Lena screamed, not in fear, in fury. The roots snapped tight, yanking me downward. The ground opened beneath me, soil and stone peeling like skin. I was sinking into the earth, pulled toward something deeper, older, something that had been waiting since before names. I held on to the mask with both hands, and the forest took me. I don't know how long I was falling, only that there was no up or down, no sense of motion, only drift through layers of memory and rot. The soil swallowed light, and time did not exist here. The mask, still gripped in my hands, burned hotter with every heartbeat, its edges softening, melding into my palms like a parasite burrowing for warmth. When I hit the bottom, if it could be called that, there was no impact. I was simply there, standing in a hollowed void beneath the woods. The ceiling pulsed with damp roots. They wept, sap like tears. In the center of this underworld, the trees grew inward, curling and converging around a stone monolith, an ancient altar half submerged in mud. Upon its slick surface lay dozens of masks, faces of anguish and ecstasy, twisted into eternal contortions. Each one looked eerily familiar. Faces I'd seen in dreams, faces I'd seen in graves, faces of the lost. One among them moved. It turned slowly, deliberately, its wooden features cracking as if waking from centuries of stillness. It was me again, but hollow-eyed, rotted through, tree roots growing from the mouth like a tongue of bark. It simply watched, its expression slowly curling into something that might be once been a smile. I backed away, or thought I did. My feet wouldn't obey. The roots had begun threading up my legs now, gentle but insistent, drawing me deeper into the forest's marrow. Then the whisper, not from outside. Inside. You brought it home. You called it back. Now wear it. I turned slowly. Lena stood just beyond the monolith, but her face was changed. Half of it had fused with bark, her eye now a knot of wood, her skin paper-thin and splintered. The other half remained tear-streaked, beautiful, human. You never meant to find the mask, she said. You meant to bury it. You knew what it could do. You made the pact once. You broke it. I don't remember, I said. Voice hoarse. That's the curse, she said. It feeds on forgetting, Behind her, the hollow filled with more figures, ghosts of the tribe, of the lost, of those who had carried the mask before me, all staring, all silent, some fused with the walls, others suspended in webs of root. Their bodies formed a cathedral of suffering. You can still choose, Lena whispered. Place it on the stone, end the cycle, seal the root again. Or she stepped forward, her wooden hand reaching out. Wear it. I looked down at the mask. It no longer bore Lena's face. It bore mine. I dropped it. Tried to, but my hands wouldn't open. The sigil had grown across my chest. Now its branches threading over my heart, pulsing in time with the mask's silent song. And the flute returned, distant, impossibly far, yet clear in my mind's ear. The melody played backward now, unraveling, unspeaking words I almost understood, a language of decay and memory, a hymn to the hunger beneath the roots. The forest does not forget. It remembers what we bury. It remembers what we take. The stone altar cracked. A hand, gnarled, enormous, wet with sap and soil, reached up from beneath it, fingers like branches, moving with terrible purpose. The rooted horror was waking, the true form, the one we'd only glimpsed in dreams and whispers. Lena backed away, her face twisting. It's too late, she said. I closed my eyes. The mask pulled against my face. My arms moved without command. The wood kissed my skin, and I felt every scream of every soul that had worn it echo through my bones. And the forest opened its mouth to receive me, the mask sealed to my face, with a sound like wet bark splitting. Neither pain nor pressure, just an all-consuming rightness. A long-awaited reunion between wood and flesh. My breath no longer came through lungs. It came through roots, through soil, through the forgotten mouths of the forest. Darkness consumed me, not absence of light, but something thicker, a velvet black, threaded with veins of crimson memory, pulsing with the stolen voices of those who had worn the mask before. Their thoughts became mine, not as words, but as shadows of moments, impressions soaked in rot and regret. I saw the first bearer, a child, draped in furs and paint, trembling as the elders placed the mask upon her. She screamed only once. Then the roots claimed her. I saw the tribe, how they had worshipped the hunger before they feared it, how it had spoken in dreams and omens, promising protection, power, and reunion with the dead. But the mask had grown greedy, feeding on more than memory. It had begun to devour, not just the body, but the soul. The curse had not been broken, only passed on. I came back to myself. If such a thing could still exist, my body no longer felt fully mine. The sigil had reached my throat, tendrils woven across my jaw. My skin was bark in places, and where my tears had fallen, mushrooms bloomed. Lena stood before me, both hands raised, not in threat, but in sorrow. Her transformation was near complete. The forest had nearly claimed her. but a part of her resisted still, a thread of self woven tight around her grief. "You were supposed to let go," she said. "I couldn't," I answered. "I had to know. I had to bring you back." A sound, no, a laugh, dry and hollow, echoed around us. Not Lena. The rooted horror had come. It rose from beneath the cracked altar, like a god pulled from soil. Towering, its limbs were dozens of arms and trunks, interwoven. Its face was a mosaic of masks, screaming silently in 100 directions. Eyes blinked open along its chest. Human, animal, ancient, and from its mouth, a single voice. "You are the seed and the soil. You are the grief we needed." The mask on my face began to burn. My mind swam with memories that weren't mine, drownings, betrayals, deaths unavenged, 1,000 griefs, layered like sediment. The curse wasn't given to me. It had been growing inside me all along. I reached up to tear the mask away. My fingers dug into the edges, splinters tearing at my skin. But beneath it was no longer my face. It was hers. Lena's eyes stared back from behind the mask. "You brought me back," she whispered, "but not like you wanted." The rooted horror lowered a branch hand toward us, massive and trembling. It did not strike. It offered. Upon its palm was a second mask, blank, unfinished, waiting for a new face. Lena stepped forward, and I understood. This was the choice. This had always been the choice. One mask must be worn. One must remain to hold the curse. One must stay. She looked at me. "Let me carry it this time." "No," I said. "It should be me." We both reached. The horror watched, silent. Our fingers touched the blank mask at the same moment, and it shattered, unleashing a flash of blinding white, not light. Memory, every bearer's final moment, every lost soul, every scream that had echoed through the trees, now forced into our minds in an instant. When the flash died, Lena was gone. So was the horror. So was the altar. I was alone, mask in hand, and the roots beneath my feet began to stir. The roots no longer held me. They cradled me, gentle, reverent, as if recognizing something sacred. But there was no comfort in their touch, only expectation, only hunger wrapped in patience. The mask lay in my lap, inert now, cold, as though its spirit had retreated, coiled in wait. But the sigil still burned across my skin, no longer a mark of passage, but a promise, one I couldn't unmake. Above me, the cavern had sealed. The earthen sky bloomed with phosphorescent growths, pulsing dimly, casting everything in shades of sickly green and bruised violet. The air tasted of wet ash and crushed herbs, my lungs filled with the perfume of endings. Lena was gone, and yet I felt her everywhere, in the vines coiling around the altar's remains, in the stillness of the subterranean cathedral, in the thrum of grief within my ribs, which no longer beat like a heart but like a drum, a summons. I stood, The ground pulsed in response. Around me, the figures of the fallen began to stir, not physically. They remained embedded in the walls and roots, but their shapes flickered. Illusions, spirits, memory lanterns, each shimmered with the afterimage of the final moment they had chosen, or been chosen to bear the mask. I saw their deaths replay, again and again, like a loop of ritual punishment. I walked among them, and they whispered to me, not in words, but through scent and sensation. One had tasted salt water as they died, lungs bursting beneath a black sea. Another smelled of fire and cedar, the crackle of ritual flames licking at bone. A third simply wept, endlessly, tears of sap falling from empty eyes. The truth pressed in from all sides. There had never been salvation, only succession. The curse did not lift, it shifted, always waiting for the next to claim it. In grief's name, I was almost there. My fingers itched for the mask, but something stopped me. A sound, no flute this time. No scream, a heartbeat, not mine. I followed it deeper, through a narrow corridor of twisting bark and fungal bloom, until the tunnel opened into a chamber, not shaped by nature, but by ritual. Symbols scrawled in ancient pigment adorned the walls, though many had been overtaken by root and mold. In the center stood a sculpture, a towering effigy of the rooted horror, but not monstrous, majestic, holy, its arms outstretched in benediction. At its feet was a cradle of moss. Within it, swaddled in leaves, lay a smaller version of the mask, child-sized, still, silent. Knew that was when I understood what had changed. The mask I carried was no longer the curse. The sigil had completed its journey, covering my body like armor, like veins. I could feel the pull now, not from the mask, but from the forest itself. It wanted me not as a vessel, but as a root, a pillar. It wanted me to stay, to anchor it in the world. I dropped to my knees. My vision swam. I saw Lena again, not in flesh, not in spirit, but in memory. She stood at the threshold of the forest, turning to me with a soft, knowing smile. Her eyes were tired. "You can end it," she said, "or you can continue it. But you can't leave it." The forest began to close in. Roots twisted downward from the ceiling. The effigy's eyes lit with sap. The child mask pulsed with slow golden light. I had to choose, and the whisper came again, inside my bones. Wear it. The mask was cold, unforgiving, and yet it felt like coming home, a final surrender. I had been running toward without knowing. My hands trembled as I lifted it, the wood slick with ancient sap, veins glowing faintly beneath the surface, like the pulse of something alive and hungry. The roots that had embraced me whispered promises and warnings, but my mind was a storm of silence, torn between resistance and the sweet release of oblivion. I pressed the mask to my face. It sealed with a slow, wet sound, the edges melding with my skin, growing roots that burrowed beneath, entwining with my nerves, my blood, My very soul, the world shifted, fracturing into fragments of light and shadow as the forest's ancient power flooded through me. Suddenly, the world plunged into blinding flashes, white, searing, so intense. I thought my eyes might burn from their sockets, and then the crushing darkness that followed felt deeper than death, colder than any grave. Time fractured. I was everywhere and nowhere. I was the whisper of wind through the leaves, the groan of bent branches, the silence between heartbeats, and in that darkness, the curse was mine. I was the rooted horror, no longer a victim, no longer a seeker, but the ancient sentinel bound to the woods, the twisted fusion of man and tree, the guardian and the hunter, the eternal shadow, stalking anyone foolish enough to trespass where the dead were honored and the living forgotten. My voice was no longer my own, but the rustling of bark and cracking of branches. My breath was the cold wind weaving through the forest canopy. My eyes, hollows glowing faintly, pierced the night, searching for the next soul to claim. I was the root and the rot, the hunger and the curse, and I could not escape, because the curse had never been a burden to carry. It was a destiny, and now it was mine. Story 3. A sudden scream split the night, raw and desperate, and for a moment, the forest seemed to hold its breath. It wasn't the kind of sound that echoed. It clung, stretching through the trees like a wet sheet torn in the wind, rising from somewhere just beyond the reach of my headlamp. I froze mid-step, one boot halfway into a patch of damp pine needles, the other rooted in soft loam that squelched faintly beneath me. The scream wasn't close, but it wasn't far either. It was wrong, that was all I knew. It sounded like it had been wrenched from someone's throat by force, not fear. A sound made not out of panic, but recognition of something too awful to comprehend. I remember the smell first. Not the usual earthy musk of Wharton, wet cedar old bark, the faint green tang of moss, but something else, something acrid and metallic beneath it all, like the inside of a gutted animal, left too long in the sun. It slipped between the usual forest scents, like an oil slick under clear water. The flashlight in my hand trembled, not because my hand shook, but because something in the light shivered, made it gutter and strain, like it didn't want to show me what came next. The beam swept across the dark, trembling over trunks that leaned in too close together, their bark slick with condensation that glistened like sweat. Fog had begun to pool around the forest floor, thick and low, winding between the roots like slow, pale serpents. The air was still, unnaturally so. No insects, no owls, no distant creaking of branches rubbing against each other. Just the long, slow hush of a forest holding back something it didn't want to release. I took another step forward, slow and deliberate, though every instinct in me screamed to turn around. But I'd come too far already. Miles deep into the woods, off trail, drawn by stories I half believed and warnings I hadn't taken seriously. The bleeding pines, they called it, Wharton's hidden wound. a stretch of trees that didn't appear on any modern map, reachable only by the forgotten, deer-bitten remnants of old trails long since reclaimed by rot and secrecy. Some hikers spoke of strange growths, trees that oozed a dark resin with a coppery smell. Others whispered about lights, sounds, voices, but most simply said not to go there at night. No one ever said why. I adjusted my pack on my shoulders. The scream still rang faintly in my ears, not as a sound but a residue, like smoke lingering after the fire's gone. I reached for the radio, clipped to my belt, and pressed the button, but it only spat back, static, soft, and uneven, as if it too were reluctant to speak. "Hello?" I tried. Quietly, "Is someone out there?" The woods swallowed my voice, like a stone dropped in deep water. I should have turned around then. I should have dared, but I didn't. I told myself it was curiosity or the stubborn refusal to be afraid of fairy tales, but underneath it all was something else, a pressure deep in my chest, like being underwater too long, something pulling. I took another step. That's when the light shifted. Just for a moment, my flashlight beam caught something between two trees. A flash of movement, pale and fast, low to the ground. I jerked the beam toward it, but there was nothing there now, just mist curling like fingers between the roots. My breath steamed in front of me. Though it wasn't cold, I listened. I held my breath and listened. A faint hiss, almost inaudible, like leaves brushing against one another, like something sliding. I turned in a slow circle, the flashlight wobbling slightly as my nerves began to fray. The trees here were wrong, too close, too tall, their branches knitted into a canopy so tight that the moonlight barely filtered through. Shadows gathered between them in unnatural clumps, pools of darkness that didn't shift or sway with the light. My foot caught on something. I looked down. A vine, pale as bone, stretched across the path. I bent to touch it and stopped. It moved, not like a breeze had stirred it, not like I had nudged it. It recoiled, ever so slightly, curling toward the shadows, as if it didn't want to be seen. I staggered back, heart hammering now, the breath catching in my throat as I scanned the trees again. Then I heard it, a rustle behind me, not close, not far. I spun, light dancing wildly across trunks, illuminating nothing but more trees, more fog, more dark. But the sense of being watched settled in like a second skin, thick and itchy. My scalp tingled, my teeth ached. I pressed the radio again. Static, then a whisper, too low to understand, but definitely a voice, male, maybe, or female, or something else, garbled, wrong, a syllable without meaning, repeated over and over until it bled into noise. It came and went, like the radio was fighting to hold the signal. Then it stopped. The flashlight flickered. In that half-second of darkness, something moved closer than before, much closer. The hairs on the back of my neck stood straight up. I took a step back and heard the soft, unmistakable crunch of another footstep mirroring mine, but when I swung the beam around again, there was nothing, just trees, just fog, just silence. Then the scream came again. But this time, it wasn't distant. It wasn't human. It came from the trees ahead, deep and guttural, like something pretending to be human, but not quite understanding how. It reverberated through the woods, low and bone deep. And as it faded, I heard something else layered beneath it, breathing. Close, so close it could been mine. Except I was holding mine. The flashlight guttered once, then surged back to life, and there it was, between two trees, standing, still, watching, tall, thin, hooded. I couldn't see the face, only the outline and the vague suggestion of something wrong beneath the fabric, something that shimmered and pulsed like heat above a grill. One arm lifted, slowly, and pointed directly at me. My flashlight died. Pitch black. No wind. No sound. No breath. Then I ran. I didn't think, didn't shout, didn't look back. The forest was alive with shadows, twisting around me, and that his returned, rising now, louder, wrapping around my ears like a living thing. The vines were everywhere. I tripped over one, hit the ground hard, tasted iron and dirt. Something slid past my hand. Cold, smooth, gone. I scrambled up. Heart thundering. My lungs burned. I didn't stop. Eventually. Minutes. Hours. The woods began to thin. I found an old hunter's blind and crawled beneath it. My chest heaved. My hands trembled. My flashlight finally flickered once more and stayed on, but the battery was dying. I could feel it. The scream hadn't come again, but I knew it would. And when it did, it would be much, much closer. The woods had teeth. I didn't realize it until I crawled out from under the hunter's blind, half blind from sleep. The stale scent of mildew and old leather clinging to my clothes. The beam of my dying flashlight traced over clawed bark and gnarled roots, and I saw something I hadn't seen the night before. Deep gouges in the trunks around the clearing, marks too wide for any animal I knew. They weren't fresh, but they were deliberate, carved in long, sweeping arcs. Each gash was lined with something dark and flaking, not sap, not rot, something else. The fog had thinned, but it hadn't lifted. It drifted low to the ground in thick, crawling tendrils that moved against the wind. The air was colder now, too cold. My breath ghosted in front of me, even though the sky overhead glowed pale gray with the weak light of early morning. I couldn't hear bird song, no distant hum of life at all, just the whisper of shifting leaves and the occasional snap of something brittle far beyond my sight. Something watched me still. I knew it. It wasn't paranoia. It was weight, pressure, the sense that every step I took left a mark in something living and that something else would follow. I needed to get out, but I didn't turn back the way I came. I don't know why. Maybe because the forest wouldn't let me. The path I thought I'd taken was gone, The trees had shifted. They looked the same, but it was like the forest had rewritten itself while I slept, erasing my footprints and replacing the spaces between trunks with new patterns. Labyrinthine, recursive, disorienting. And then there were the vines. They hadn't been there when I first laid down. Now they curled along the edges of the clearing, pale and waxy, threading themselves through roots and old bones. Yes, bones, small ones, bird, squirrel, maybe something larger, clean and dry, arranged in small, deliberate piles at the base of certain trees, as if offered. The vines seemed to breathe, not visibly, not in any way I could prove. But I felt it, felt the tension in them, the way they quivered faintly when I got too close, like they were waiting. My backpack felt heavier than it should. My gear, compass, knife, phone, power bank, map, all there, but somehow wrong. The compass spun in lazy circles. The map had become damp and bloated, the ink bleeding into unreadable blots. The phone still refused to find a signal. I checked the photos I'd taken the day before. They were gone, replaced with static, or worse. One showed a blur, a long serpentine shape winding between trees, translucent, like smoke with bones. I kept walking. I don't know for how long. Time had started to feel slanted, distorted. The light never seemed to shift. Morning dragged its heels and never made it to noon. My watch had stopped. The trail I followed was barely that, more of an impression than a path, lined with broken stones and half-swallowed fence posts. I passed what might have once been a boundary marker, an old wooden sign so faded it was unreadable, split clean down the middle. Just beyond it, I saw the first real sign of something human, a rusted lantern hanging from a dead tree, swinging slightly though there was no breeze. Didn't touch it. There were voices now, not always, not clearly, just on the edge of hearing, like echoes from beneath the ground. Sometimes they were soft, almost friendly. Other times they scraped like knives over stone. Once, I heard my own name, whispered like a breath. I stopped and spun around, heart pounding, mouth dry. No one there. But the pine needles had been disturbed behind me. By mid-afternoon, if it was afternoon, I found the camp. It looked old, very old. Tents collapsed and half-rotted. Canvas stretched thin over skeletal poles, ash piles where fires had once burned, crates torn open and emptied, their contents strewn across the undergrowth. Like someone had fled in a hurry. One of the tents still stood, barely. I stepped inside, careful not to touch the fabric, which sagged like old skin. The air inside was colder, stale. I found a bedroll, stiff and moldy, and beside it, a journal, water damaged, torn, but still legible in places. 6. Still no sign of the others. I think something's watching me. Day 8. The vines are getting closer. They move. I saw one crawl over Joseph's leg while he slept. Day 9. Woke up with scratches on my neck. Don't remember dreaming. Don't remember anything. Day 10. It's under the trees. It's hungry. That page had been burned at the edge. The ink bubbled and blackened. I flipped forward and found one more entry. No date, just a scrawl. Don't look it in the eyes. If it has eyes, don't hear it. Don't answer when it calls. I stepped back, heart hammering, and turned in a slow circle. The trees were closer again. The forest had shifted while I wasn't watching. I hadn't noticed, but the clearing was shrinking. And then, from somewhere deep in the trees behind the camp, I heard it again. That scream, twisted, distorted, like it had passed through too many mouths on its way to me. A noise that remembered what it had once meant to be human, but had since forgotten, and beneath it, the slithering hiss of something huge moving low and silent through the undergrowth. I turned and ran again, but the path twisted under my feet, roots rising like the backs of buried serpents, vines lashing at my ankles. I tripped, caught myself, stumbled onward, breathless, burning, then a flicker of light ahead, warm, orange, firelight, proetovio, maybe. I moved toward it, slower now, cautious. The trees opened just enough to reveal a second clearing. Smaller, circular, ringed in stones. A campfire burned in the center. Around it, 7 figures, robed, motionless. Hoods pulled low. They did not speak, did not move. But as I approached, one of them slowly lifted a hand and pointed, not at me, but behind me. I turned. Heart in my throat, nothing there. When I looked back, the fire was gone. The clearing was empty. Only the smell of smoke remained, and the vines had followed me. The vines were breathing. I could see it now, not just sense it, not just feel it, as a suspicion curled deep in my gut, but see it with my eyes, unmistakably. Every tendril swayed with the rhythm of something slow and subterranean, inhaling and exhaling in perfect silence, their pale surfaces pulsing faintly with each beat, as if connected to a hidden heart that throbbed somewhere beneath the soil. I stood rooted at the edge of the clearing, staring at the space where the fire had been, where the robed figures had stood unmoving around orange flames that no longer existed. My mind reeled, trying to reconstruct the scene and failing, as though my memory of it were a painting smeared by wet fingers. The stillness in that place was unbearable. It wasn't just quiet. It was held like the forest itself was waiting for something to happen, like everything had paused to allow me the chance to realize how deeply I'd strayed into its wound. The only sound was the faint, sickly rustle of the vines brushing over one another, and the brittle crack of dry bark splitting in the cold. I turned in a circle slowly, afraid to move too fast, as if sudden motion might draw attention from something I wasn't ready to see. The trees were too close again, leaning inward as if to confer about my presence, their trunks etched with old scars that spiraled up into darkness. My flashlight, barely hanging on, cast a thin yellowish beam that did nothing to comfort me. The battery icon blinked its final warning. I was alone. No, not alone. Never that. Not anymore. There was a rhythm underfoot, subtle but real, a thudding, distant, as though something massive turned over in its sleep beneath the roots. The dirt vibrated faintly with it. When I bent low and pressed my palm to the cold earth, I could feel it, like the pulse of something dreaming deep beneath the forest floor. I couldn't tear my hand away for a long time. It was warm down there, warmer than the surface, almost inviting. I stood up, slowly, swaying, my breath caught. As the shadows ahead of me shifted, something moved behind the trees, tall and thin, gliding silently from one trunk to another. I barely glimpsed it. Just the whisper of shape, the vague sense of long limbs or extended branches, a slithering grace that sent every hair on my body rising. It was hunting, not with speed or fury, not with noise, but with patience, with ritual. I turned north, I think, or what I hoped was north. My compass was still useless. I tried to orient myself by the tree moss or sun, but everything was wrong. There was no sun, only light filtered through a sky choked with cloud and mist, and the moss grew everywhere, spiraling up trunks like veins. I picked a direction that felt like escape and walked, careful to avoid the thicker patches of vine. They recoiled from me now, visibly withdrawing into the soil, or slipping around logs when I approached too closely. After an hour, or 5 minutes, or a year, I found a stone. It was half buried and slick with moss, but unmistakably shaped a wide, flat surface, etched with shallow grooves and symbols that time had not erased. I cleared some of the vines off it and found carvings beneath, runes or letters. I wasn't sure. They curved inward in a spiral, forming the shape of an open eye, and in the center of that eye was a hole, small, round, too clean to be natural. I reached toward it, fingers trembling, but stopped myself before I could touch it. The air above the hole hummed, not audibly, but in my bones, a vibration that made my vision stutter slightly at the edges. I stepped back, and the feeling faded. The wind picked up. It came in slow, uneven gusts, like something breathing out a warning, carrying with it a smell I knew instantly. Old blood and wet stone. I didn't run. I walked, fast but careful. The terrain shifted again beneath my feet. Roots rose where there had been none. Paths narrowed until I had to twist sideways to pass between trunks. Branches clawed at my clothes, my face, my pack. A low hum began to build, not from the earth, but from all around me. A droning like insects, but deeper, more insistent, as if the forest itself had begun to speak. I stumbled into another clearing. This one was different, smaller, circular. In the center, a totem stood, a tall wooden effigy, carved from a single dead tree. It was human-shaped, but only barely. Twisted limbs, an elongated head, mouth open in a silent scream. From its torso, the pale vines dangled like intestines, coiled around it like offerings. Symbols had been carved into the ground around it, circles within circles, joined by crooked lines. In the spaces between those lines, bones were laid in careful patterns, human bones, clean, arranged like prayers. I felt a pressure behind my eyes. A ringing began in my ears. I knelt without meaning to. My vision swam. A voice spoke. Not from the trees, not from the wind, but from inside me. Not words, meanings, hunger, boundaries broken, names not meant for tongues. The ground shook. The totem bled. From a crack beneath its ribs, a slow, thick liquid oozed, black at first, then deep red, streaked with something pale and fibrous. It didn't fall to the ground. It rose, defying gravity, curling upward in the air like smoke, spiraling around the effigy in lazy, deliberate loops. I backed away, slowly, until I felt something catch on my ankle. A vine. I kicked at it, pulled free, heart pounding. Then I saw what it had been wrapped around. A face, partially buried in the soil, staring upward with empty sockets, lips parted in a frozen gasp. The skin was gray, desiccated, but not decayed, preserved by something unnatural, and the vines had grown through its jaw, curling out of its mouth like a tongue. I stumbled back into the trees. Branches lashed at me. Harder now. The forest did not want me here anymore, or maybe it did, but only on its terms. Then I heard footsteps, soft, bare, pacing behind me. I didn't turn. I didn't look. I walked faster. The whispering returned, louder now, all around me. Hundreds of voices speaking in unison, too quiet to understand, but too loud to ignore. The forest had woken. It had decided, and I had crossed into its memory. I reached a narrow stream and followed it, hoping it might lead me out. The water was dark, almost black, with pale things drifting just beneath the surface. Not fish, not plants, shapes that recoiled from my reflection. Then, just ahead, I saw something that didn't belong. A structure, man-made, an old chapel, half collapsed, covered in vines and moss, but unmistakably a building, timbers warped with age, the steeple broken and leaning, stained glass shattered in its sockets. Above the doorway, a symbol had been carved into the wood, a circle with 7 marks radiating from it, like a sun drawn by someone who had never seen one. The door stood open. Beyond it, darkness. I stepped inside, and the door slammed shut behind me. The chapel's breath hit me as the door slammed shut, thick, warm, and wet with rot. It wasn't just the air changing. It was the weight of it, pressing against my skin like a damp cloth, reeking of spoiled meat and stagnant water, as if the walls themselves had lungs and eyed. Just stepped into something's mouth. I stood frozen in the dark, my hand still reaching for the threshold behind me. But the door was gone, not closed. Gone, wood melted into wall, frame swallowed by pulsing, warped timber that rippled faintly when I touched it. My fingers came away slick, the light from my flashlight, flickering and anemic, barely held the shadows at bay. It struggled against the gloom like a candle in a cave, the edges of its beam swallowed by a living, pressing blackness that seemed to drink in light and noise alike. My heartbeat echoed in my ears. The inside of the chapel was not like any holy place I'd ever seen. The pews had rotted into jagged stumps of wood, twisted and warped like they'd been caught in a slow-motion scream. The altar at the far end was no longer a table but a mound of knotted root and pale, bleached bone, rising from the cracked stone floor like a tumor. Vines covered every surface, writhing slowly across the ceiling beams and creeping down like fingers from a forgotten god. In the center of the chapel stood a basin, stone old, too smooth, too perfect. It hadn't rotted or cracked. Like everything else, whatever it was made of didn't belong in this world. Black veins ran through its surface, like lightning caught in glass. It was filled with liquid the color of oil, thick and viscous. But beneath the surface, I saw things moving, shapes that had no business in any liquid, writhing in loops, twisting around one another in unnatural geometry. I couldn't look too long. It made my eyes ache. Above the basin, hanging like a chandelier, was a collection of bones, long and thin, bent into spirals, latticed together by sinew that hadn't dried. They glistened in the faint light, swaying gently though no breeze touched them. I couldn't tell what creature they came from. None of them matched. A rib from something massive, a femur small enough to be human, a skull split open like a flower. A voice whispered, not loud, not sudden, just there, behind me, then beside, then inside my left ear, breathing syllables too soft to make out, yet heavy with meaning, not words I knew. Not a language I'd ever heard, but I understood it. Somehow, it wanted to be remembered. I moved toward the basin, slowly, not of my own will, but not entirely against it either. Something in the air pulled at me, not with force, but with promise. A gravity of the soul. My reflection shimmered on the surface of the black fluid. But it wasn't right. It blinked when I didn't. It smiled with a mouth too wide. I staggered back. My shoulder struck a rotting pillar, and something above creaked violently. Dust and shards of bone rained down, coating me in the soft clatter of the dead. I coughed, my lungs filling with ancient air. And when I looked up again, the basin was gone. In its place stood a man. No, something shaped like a man. Tall, gaunt, limbs just a little too long. Head tilted like it was listening to something far away. Its eyes were pits of liquid shadow, and its skin was the color of wood long drowned. Vines curled around its legs, like leashes. It didn't move. Not at first. Then it took one step forward, and the chapel moaned. The walls shuddered. The beams above groaned like old bones, and the shadows lengthened toward me, stretching like fingers. I backed away, step by step, heart thundering, throat dry. Larry. It said my name, a voice like gravel soaked in honey. Beautiful and wrong. You brought the warmth with you. It must go. I ran. I didn't make it to the wall before the floor cracked beneath my feet. Not broke. Opened. A seam split in the wood and stone, revealing a dark wound in the earth below. I fell, not far. Maybe 10 feet, but I landed hard on something soft that squelched beneath me. Bones, hundreds of them. Blanketed in moss and wet leaves, I scrambled up, slipping, heart screaming in my chest. Above me, the opening had already begun to close, vines stitching across it like healing skin. Light vanished. I was underground. I turned, fumbling with the last flickers of my flashlight, and saw a tunnel, narrow, twisting, dug not by hands, but by something that knew hunger better than tools. The walls were lined with roots and hair, pale things that trembled as I passed. I followed it. I had no other choice. The air grew hotter, not dry, but humid, saturated with the stink of decay and blood. I heard whispers again. Closer now, whimpering, sobbing. Sometimes laughter, always behind the walls. I passed carvings etched into the dirt, drawn in with broken fingernails, or worse, eyes with too many lids. Teeth within teeth. A serpent coiled around a tree that wept black fruit. Then I emerged into a cavern. Massive, natural, and unnatural at once. Roots dangled from the ceiling like nooses. The floor was a pool of shallow water, red as rust, still as death. In the center, rising from the pool, was a platform of stone. On it lay a body. I stepped closer. It was me, eyes closed, skin pale, vines wrapped tight around my limbs and throat, pulsing slowly like they were feeding. My chest didn't rise. My fingers were blue, but I felt no fear. Not in that moment. Only inevitability. The figure from the chapel stood behind the body, watching me. Its smile widened. "You were always here," it said, and then the shadow behind it moved. Not a person. Not a thing. A vast, slithering mass of translucent coils, gliding across the ceiling of the cavern without sound. Eyes like lanterns opened along its sides. Dozens, hundreds, blinking in unison, fangs dripped with memory. The ghost vine serpent. I fell to my knees, and I remembered the altar. Not the one in the chapel above, but another older, deeper, carved into the roots of the world itself. I remembered kneeling before it, bare and cold, with soil packed beneath my nails and blood, not my own slicking my palms. I remembered chanting a name I had no mouth to speak, only to taste it. Something between syllable and scream. Something that left a trail of ash on my tongue. The memory wasn't mine. Not exactly. It was being shown to me, forced into me. The ghost vine serpent slithered along the cavern ceiling in impossible silence, its ghostly coils phasing in and out of view like mist through stone, where it passed. The stone wept. Steam rose where its belly scraped the rock, and black vines sprouted instantly in its wake, writhing like larvae. My double, my corpse, lay still on the platform, the vines pulsing with slow, sinister rhythm, like a heart beginning to stir. I backed away, feet sloshing through the shallow red water. But every step felt heavier. The air had thickened. My limbs no longer fully obeyed me. There was a pull now, not physical, but ancestral, like some part of me belonged to this place, and it had finally come home. Then the voices returned. Not from around me, but from inside me. Not whispering, but screaming. You were promised. The stone beneath the red pool began to pulse. A heartbeat, steady, slow, too large. I looked down and saw shapes beneath the water, pale things. Not quite bodies, fused forms, limbs sprouting in the wrong places, mouths agape in silent moans, eyes bloated and blind, bones twisted like driftwood. They shifted slightly, as though disturbed by dreams. The serpent coiled downward now, descending in an elegant spiral toward the platform. Its eyes, all of them, focused on me. I felt their weight, not as attention, but as judgment. It was measuring me against something unseen. It was weighing my warmth. The figure, the man-shaped thing from the chapel, emerged from the darkness behind the serpent. Its body moved in lurches now, like a puppet with too many strings pulled in strange directions. It raised one long finger and pointed at me. The seal breaks. The blood returns. The vessel knows its name. I turned and ran. The tunnel I'd come through was gone. In its place, a narrow throat of roots and bone, pulsing wetly, beckoning inward, with a breath that stank of rot and wet leaves. I had no choice. I crawled. Each pull forward scraped my arms and legs against the slick, fibrous walls. The roots moved, caressing, tightening, whispering things in my ears that made no sense until I stopped trying to make sense of them, until I listened. You are not the first. You will not be the last. Somewhere behind me, something gave chase. I didn't hear footsteps. I didn't need to. The air bent around it. The tunnel shivered. My body knew it before my mind could catch up. When I spilled out of the throat, I landed in a space that should not exist. A chamber lit from nowhere. The walls were covered in old paintings, primitive, hand-smeared murals in dried blood and charcoal. They told a story. A forest cursed by a broken pact. A god made from roots and silence. A cult that fed it names. And a stranger, always the same shape, wandering in again and again, never learning, always too late. Me. The final mural was incomplete. Its figures were half-formed, the red paint still wet, a smear of a man, arms outstretched, devoured by a spiral of vines. I touched the wall. My fingers sank into it. The wall breathed in and pulled me through. I was falling. but not down, sideways, through memory, through time, past dozens, hundreds of Larrys, each screaming, each failing, each leaving behind bones and echoes. I saw myself drowning in ash, hung from trees by vines that pulsed with my heartbeat, devoured whole by soil that whispered lullabies. I landed hard on wet moss. I was back in the forest. Daylight, but not normal. The sky was too still. The trees didn't move. The wind was gone. I looked behind me. The chapel was there. Only now it was whole, rebuilt, and the figure stood in its doorway, waiting, as if it had never left. The vines at my feet began to move again, this time forming a circle around me. The soil within that circle blackened, steamed. Something ancient stirred. The serpent was coming, and this time it would not wait. I felt it enter me, not physically, but deeply, through memory, through blood. I could hear what it remembered now. 1,000 screams, 1,000 lives fed into the soil. It hated warmth. It wanted all of it gone. The forest around me darkened. The sun blinked out, like an eye shutting. The temperature dropped. My breath turned to mist. The vines tightened. Something began to rise beneath me. Something that remembered my name. It rose from beneath me. Not fast, not violent, but with the solemn, unstoppable certainty of old things, long buried, reclaiming their place in the world. The ground bulged, roots snapping with a wet, sinewy sound, as a pale mound pushed upward through the soil. At the center of the vine-ringed circle, I couldn't move. The vines had tightened just enough, not choking, not tearing, but holding, like the gentle grip of something that doesn't need to hurt you to make sure you don't leave. The mound split with a sigh. From it emerged a face, not a head, not a skull, a face, impossibly preserved, smeared with dirt and streaked with blood. Its eyes sealed shut, its mouth parted, just enough to show blackened teeth. It looked like mine. No, it was mine, down to the smallest scar, the old burn mark on the cheek. I never talked about, but the skin was wrong, mottled with green, gray, and something that shimmered like mold in moonlight. And then its eyes opened. I screamed. Not out of fear, out of recognition. Something in those eyes saw me in ways no living thing ever had. Not who I was, but what I would become. The mouth moved. It didn't speak. Not at first. It breathed me in. I felt it in my lungs, like smoke, like memory, like a whisper being drawn from my bones. The face whispered one word in my voice, but it wasn't a word I knew. It was my true name. The vine spasmed. My body convulsed. My vision bled at the edges, flickering with images that weren't mine. A fire devouring a wooden house beneath a red moon. Hands, my hands, carving strange runes into the bark of a screaming tree. An altar slick with blood. surrounded by masked figures chanting in a circle of bone. Then the forest itself joined in. The trees groaned with unnatural wind, their leaves fluttering despite the stillness of the air. Every trunk pulsed faintly with light red, then green, then back to darkness, as if the roots below were transmitting something ancient and electrical. Whispers fluttered between the branches, forming phrases in a language I shouldn't have understood. The warmth is awake. Feed it sleep. One must go back for the gate to close. Blood remembers the path. I tore at the vines holding me, felt them bite into my skin, but they didn't let go. They caressed me, as if mourning what I was about to lose. My name, my voice, my memories, all of it unraveling thread by thread, as the face beneath me exhaled one long rattling breath. The trees around the clearing bent inward. The ghost vine serpent coiled above them, suspended in the air like a halo of rot. Its body was translucent now, filled with drifting echoes of the people it had consumed. I saw them in flashes through its body, faces screaming silently, eyes wide with eternal panic, reaching out from within its coils. Some were old, some were me. The serpent lowered itself toward me, and the figure returned. It stepped from behind a tree like it had always been there, its wooden skin blooming with moss, its eyes still pits of liquid night. But now it held something in its hand, a shard of black stone, the same veined material from the basin in the chapel. It held the shard out. To sever the warmth, you must offer what binds it. I didn't understand. Not fully, but something in me did. I reached out. My hand trembled. The vines resisted, but I pressed forward. When my fingers brushed the shard, it burned not with heat, but with memory. I saw my childhood, my mother's face, the smell of her cinnamon soap. I saw the cabin I left behind, the old hiking journal, the guilt I carried over a forgotten voice on the phone. I saw every warm thing I had ever known, and they began to fade. The shard drank them. I collapsed. When I woke, the sky was darker still. The trees no longer bent inward. They watched. The face beneath the soil was gone. In its place, a perfect impression of it in stone, a shrine to something that had almost been me. I could move again. The vines had loosened, but they still pulsed faintly, like veins unwilling to fully let go. The figure was gone. Only the serpent remained, hovering just beyond the trees, coiled among the branches, like an eclipse waiting to descend. I ran through the woods, through the ash-colored ferns, through the skeletal trees that no longer resembled anything born of this earth. My flashlight was long dead. I moved by instinct, guided by fragments of memory and the thrum of something in my blood. The cult had once come here. That much I now knew. They had awoken something, not the serpent itself, but what it served. A hunger older than the soil, something that lived between the cracks of warmth and dark, something bound by name. I had seen the chapel in their memories, before it had rotted, before it had been swallowed. They hadn't built it. They'd found it. dug it up like an artifact, and they had tried to make it speak. I reached a clearing just as the sky cracked with sound. No thunder, just a long, wet, tearing noise, like skin being peeled from flesh. I turned and saw a line of light open in the air behind me. Not bright, not clean, but real. A tear in the world, and through it I saw something else. Not another place, another state, a forest that mirrored this one, but wrong upside-down trees, sky like liquid stone, and shadows that moved on their own. The same trees, the same path, but there they pulsed with something else. The serpent slid between the trees, circling the tear. It was waiting, not for me, for something inside me, and something it had planted. The vines on my arms began to bloom, tiny white flowers opening without light, releasing a smell like burnt sugar and rot. I fell to my knees again, not from pain, but from the sudden understanding. The seal was inside me. The only way to stop them from crossing into this world was to go into theirs. I stood. The serpent stopped circling. The tear widened. I stepped forward and crossed over. The moment I did, the warmth drained from me like water through cracked stone. I turned, and the tear closed. Behind me, the forest of Wharton faded. Ahead, only shadows remained. The air here is thick, as if it were made not from oxygen, but from something heavier, something with memory. My lungs burned with every breath, but it wasn't pain I felt. It was intrusion, like I was inhaling fragments of voices that had once begged to stay alive. The trees, if that's what they still were, stood taller than any I had seen, but twisted impossibly at the tops, their branches curling inward like claws scraping at a ceiling. I couldn't see. There was no sky, only shifting blackness above me, pulsing faintly, as if the forest had a heartbeat, and I was inside it. The soil beneath my feet pulsed with soft light, veins of faint bioluminescence moving in spiral patterns through the ground, forming sigils that I knew from the chapel walls, sigils of offering, of transformation, of surrender. The vines here had grown fat and gray, coiling through the undergrowth like veins of an ancient thing dreaming beneath the moss. They pulsed when I moved, like they felt me, like they knew I had returned. And in the distance, something moved. No, not moved. Shifted. A shape, blacker than the darkness, passed between two trees. It did not walk, it slid, like oil through water, leaving no trail, only a sudden dead silence behind it. The whispers in the air stopped when it passed. The vines around it curled away. It was hunting, or waiting, but not for me. Not yet. I walked, not because I knew where I was going, because I didn't dare stop every time I did. The forest seemed to lean closer, as if observing, like a body noticing a splinter. I passed things I couldn't describe, not fully. Roots twisted into screaming faces, rocks that bled when touched, a tree with dozens of tiny hands growing from its trunk, all clutching at the air like infants. Time did not move here, or it moved sideways. I thought of the altar, the face, the figure, and then I saw it, the mirror, standing alone in the middle of a clearing, a full-length, freestanding mirror, framed in rotted bone and barbed vine. Its surface shimmered like water held vertical. In it, I saw myself, but not as I was, as I had been before this, before the scream, before the serpent. I stepped closer. My reflection did not. It stayed still, staring. Then it smiled, not kindly, not sadly, but knowingly, and mouthed words I couldn't hear. Behind the mirror, the forest split. A path formed. Not a trail, not a road, but a corridor of trees all bent back, as though peeled apart by something enormous. It led downward, always downward. I followed. The deeper I went, the less my body felt like it belonged. My fingers were too long. My shadow moved before I did. My breath left frost on the air, even though there was no cold, only absence. Then I came to the pit, a vast, circular chasm at the center of the inverted forest, its walls ringed with stone ledges carved into the shapes of mouths, wide, gaping, screaming silently into the dark. The pit breathed. I could feel it pulling at me, slow and steady, like a tide dragging the beach back into the ocean. At its edge stood the figure, but this time it wasn't alone. Dozens of others stood behind it, robed, faceless, unmoving. Their bodies were wrong, some too tall, some hunched low like beasts. Their arms longer than their torsos, they formed a perfect circle around the pit. In their hands, they held torches that emitted no flame, only shadows. The figure raised its arm, and the serpent appeared. It rose from the pit, not climbing, not flying, but emerging, like an idea remembered too late. Its body passed through the cultists, without disturbing them, as if it moved through another layer of existence. And when it turned its head toward me, I felt every part of myself recoil, because this wasn't the same serpent. It was what the serpent had always hidden. Beneath the ghostly coils, beneath the spectral shimmer, beneath the mournful silence, was a shape no mind should hold, a thing that knew my fears before I had them, a hunger shaped like divinity. The figure pointed to me, then to the pit. I shook my head. I backed away, and the forest closed behind me. There was no escape. The cult began to chant, a low groaning sound that made my teeth ache. The vines at my feet bloomed again, this time with black flowers that dripped clear fluid. My arms burned. The veins beneath my skin writhed. They were opening the gate, not between this world and mine, but into me. I screamed, but no sound came. My mouth filled with soil. My eyes rolled back, and behind the lids, I saw memories that weren't mine. Sacrifices, births, burials, 1,000 lives offered to the thing beneath the pit, all ending the same way, with recognition. It had always been one person, split across time, fed to the forest, remembered only by pain. Tuisek. Wand twel. The pit pulsed. A shape rose within it, not the serpent, the thing it served, something that remembered everything. I could not scream, not because I lacked breath, but because screaming required distance, some sacred boundary between what is inside and what is not. And here, in the belly of this forest between worlds, there was no such distance. The thing rising from the pit was not content to stay below. It uncoiled, immense and slow, like an ancient sea creature, surfacing for air in a world that no longer remembered its name. It had no face, no eyes, no defined form. It was made of memory and shadow, its edges perpetually shifting, like smoke trapped in oil. I could feel it more than see it. Its presence pressed against my thoughts, like too many hands pawing at a locked door. I tasted the scent of burnt copper and old blood in the back of my throat. My knees buckled, but I did not fall, because the forest would not let me. The vines coiled around my legs, firm but reverent, holding me upright for the offering. The cultists knelt in unison. The shadow torches hissed and guttered out. The world dimmed. The heartbeat of the forest, slowing to a single rhythmic pulse. Boom. The pit exhaled. Boom. The shape rose higher. And then it spoke, not in words, but in recollection. I felt every moment of shame I had ever buried, every cruel thing I had said in anger, every secret I had buried in the silence between heartbeats. It laid me open like a book, flipping pages I hadn't realized were written. And somewhere in that terrible communion I understood. It was not evil, it was hunger, an eternal, patient, purposeless hunger that had learned to wear the shape of gods and demons, because that was how we gave it meaning. The cult had not worshipped it. They had fed it, like dutiful servants bringing warm meals to something too old and too large to understand worship. And now, it was starving. The figure stepped forward. Its wooden skin had cracked. Inside, beneath the bark and moss, I saw my own flesh, pale, slick, with sap. It raised the black stone shard again, but this time, it was no longer a weapon. It was a key. I knew what it wanted me to do. The vines shifted, bearing my arms. The ghost vine flowers bloomed along my veins, revealing pulsing patterns that mimicked the sigils etched into the ground around the pit. My skin was no longer mine. It had become a map. I took the shard. My fingers didn't shake, and I cut just beneath the wrist. A clean, deliberate line, not for pain, not for sacrifice, but for entry. The wound did not bleed. It glowed, a thin line of golden light poured from the gash, writhing in the air like a tether, seeking something lost. The hunger stirred. It saw me now, not as prey, but as passage. The forest bent, trees twisted toward me, groaning under the strain of the tilt. The pit expanded, swallowing its own edges. The cultists chanted again, their words becoming music, then static, then silence. I stepped forward. The shard in my hand burned hotter, searing through memory. I could see my mother's face again. I could smell the pine wood of the attic, where I hid during storms. I heard the first time I ever lied. The warmth of all those moments began to peel away, consumed by the shard, offered up to the thing that waited beneath. And still, I walked. The edge of the pit met my feet. I looked down and saw not darkness, but a mirror. My reflection stood at the bottom, smiling, waiting, holding a hand out. I reached down. When our hands touched, the world ruptured. Light poured from the pit in slow, impossible spirals, bending the trees backward, cracking the stone sigils with soundless force. The serpent screamed, a high, mournful wail that tore the clouds from the sky and left only ash. The cultists were flung backward like dry leaves. The vines writhed, curling into themselves, and I fell. But I did not fall alone. Something fell with me, something that had waited long enough. In that moment of free fall, I saw the forest as it truly was, not a place, but a vessel, a mouth waiting to close, a memory waiting to forget itself, a wound that had never scarred, and I was the final stitch. We hit the bottom, but there was no impact, just silence, just shadow. I opened my eyes, and the world was different. The trees were gone. The cultists were gone. Only the figure remained. It stepped toward me, slowly, carefully. As if moving through syrup, the mask it wore was cracked, half fallen, revealing more of my own face beneath. It held no weapon now, no shard, only a mirror. Small handheld, its surface black as pitch. It raised it to my face, and I saw what I had become. Not Larry, not the backpacker who wandered into Wharton for answers, but the seal, the wound keeper, the threshold. The figure bowed and stepped into me, its body folded like smoke, curling around my bones, sinking into the veins the vines had prepared. I felt its thoughts settle alongside mine, cold and ancient and unbearably sad. Together, we turned to face the way we had come. The pit was gone. The forest now stood around us again, but twisted, trees pulsing like organs, sky a smear of bruised color. The serpent coiled overhead like a sleeping crown. Something had changed. The hunger had not crossed, but it had tasted, and it would remember. I took the first step back toward the split in the world, back toward the veil, toward home, if it could still be called that. I came back wrong. The forest let me out, but not into the world I had known, not into anything known at all. It was Wharton, yes, the same crooked pines, the same black loam underfoot, the same air that always smelled faintly of damp moss and distant river, but it was quiet, unnaturally so. No wind, no birds, not even the whir of insects. Just the long, hollow hush of a world holding its breath, and me in the middle. A thing newly formed. I walked without meaning to. My body moved, like it remembered what walking was supposed to feel like. Though I no longer felt my feet touch the ground, the vines were gone from my skin, but not from my mind. I could still hear them, whispering in a language just beyond understanding, wet syllables brushing the edges of thought, curling around names I never knew. I'd forgotten. Larry. My name felt like a mask now, a borrowed thing. It clung to me, ill-fitting and full of holes. The sun never rose. The sky existed in a permanent state of twilight, as if some unseen hand had painted dusk across the heavens and forgotten to wash it away. My watch had stopped. The trees no longer cast shadows. They absorbed them. I passed old markers I remembered seeing on the hike in the rusted Fire Road sign half swallowed by ivy. The leaning post with the missing trail map. A shredded piece of someone's red parka, tangled in bramble. But all of them looked older, like they'd been left there years ago. I saw my own footprints once, crusted into the mud like fossils. I knelt down to touch them, but they flaked apart at my fingers like ash. Something had shifted in time, or maybe I had, or maybe both. Ahead I saw movement, a flicker of white between the trees. I froze. My breath came out in slow plumes, though the air wasn't cold. I stepped toward it, cautious, wary. Not because I feared danger, but because I feared recognition. The figure stood with its back to me, draped in a pale, moth-eaten robe that shifted in the still air. It turned its head slowly, not in surprise, but like it knew the exact second I would be there. And when its face came into view, my knees buckled. It was me, or what I had been. My old eyes stared back at me, dull and worn. My old lips moved in silence. My old body reached out, and then began to peel apart, flaking away like wet bark, revealing the thing beneath. The cultist, the original figure, the one from the chapel. It stepped forward, and its mouth opened wider than it should have, the jaw creaking like dead wood splitting under pressure. No sound came out, just a wave of feeling, guilt, dread, an immense sorrow that sat heavy on my chest like a stone. I staggered back. My arms prickled. I looked down. The sigils were returning, glowing faintly beneath the skin, curling, reshaping. The vines were inside me now. I fell to my knees and screamed, but the forest swallowed the sound whole. I tasted dirt and rot. My fingers dug into the soil, tearing through roots and bones and names. I clawed until I hit something solid wood. I scraped it clean. A box, a coffin. I opened it. Inside was me. Not the cultist. Not the reflection. Me, dead, eyes open, mouth full of vines, a withered flower blooming from the tongue. I stumbled back, shaking, bile rising in my throat. I was already dead here, had always been. A voice spoke behind me. "You're almost ready." I turned, slow, every bone in my body filled with ice. A woman stood there, older, Her face was sharp, knowing. Her eyes reflected the forest. Like still water, she wore a jacket, patched, with state park insignias. Wharton, Pine Barrens. Others I didn't recognize. Her fingers were stained with soil and ash. You crossed the veil, she said. Few do. Fewer return. I tried to speak, but no words came. It's not about stopping it anymore, she said, kneeling beside the coffin. It's about choosing what you carry back. She reached into the grave and plucked the flower from my corpse's mouth. It hissed, turning black in her hand. She dropped it into a jar, sealed the lid. You've been seeded, she said, tapping my chest. I felt the truth bloom beneath her finger. The forest was inside me now, coiled like a dream waiting to be remembered. There's one place left, one thing left to see. Then you'll understand. She turned and walked away. I didn't follow. I couldn't, not yet. I looked down into the grave again. My corpse was gone. The vines writhed. The soil began to churn. Something else was climbing out. The thing that rose from the grave did not wear my face. It wore no face at all. It was shaped like a man, but wrong in ways the eye couldn't hold. Too tall, too thin. The skin translucent and stitched with veins that pulsed like roots drinking deep. It moved without sound, each step disturbing nothing. And yet the air grew colder around it. The trees bowed, the earth sighed, the wind dared not return. I backed away, heart punching my ribs, breath gone ragged. My body remembered fear, even if I no longer understood its use. It looked at me. I felt it look at me, not with eyes, but with the same hollow hunger I had touched in the pit. This thing had come from below, birthed by memory and myth, coaxed up through the bones of the forest by blood and ritual and time. It was what the cult had wanted, what they had summoned, but it did not belong to them. It belonged to me, because I had opened the gate, because I had been the seal. The woman's voice echoed from the dark. It will follow you now, until you choose. I turned, but she was gone. The woods swallowed her like mist. The creature stepped toward me, and then I ran, through roots that snagged and pulled, past trees that shifted behind my back, under skies that flickered between colorless gray and a red so deep it sang. My lungs burned. My mind buckled. I remembered things I had never known. Nights spent in other forests, chanting old words beneath pale moons, holding hands with strangers whose mouths were stitched shut. The creature followed, slow, tireless, relentless. It didn't chase. It waited. Each time I blinked, it was closer. Every path I took, it had already been. It knew the forest the way hunger knows the stomach. Finally, the trees parted, and I was back, at the place where it began, the old ranger station, ruined, forgotten, half swallowed by vines. I stumbled through the doorless frame. Dust exploded in the beam of my flickering flashlight. My old pack still sat on the floor, mold spreading like veins across the canvas. I fell to my knees beside it. Inside was the journal, mine, the one I had kept. Before all of this, I flipped through pages soaked with damp and time. They were filled with my writing. But the ink had changed, curling into symbols I could no longer read. On the last page, one sentence stood out, scrawled in a frantic hand: "You cannot kill it. You can only carry it." Behind me, the floorboards creaked. It had entered. I stood, turned, faced it, and for the first time, I did not run. I stepped toward it, closer. Its form shimmered. Man, serpent, shadow, fire, memory. The air around it bent and wept. I reached out, and it did the same. Our hands met, not with pain, not with fire, but with silence. And in that silence, I understood. This was not a demon, not in the old story's sense. It was remembrance, the forest's way of never letting go. Every sorrow, every fear, every death, collected, wrapped in vine and root and darkness. It did not want destruction. It wanted continuity, a vessel, me. But the world collapsed inward, not violently, softly, like a curtain falling. Light returned, but it was wrong, pale and slow, like dawn through dead leaves. I stood in the center of bleeding pines. No sign of the station. No trail. No sky. Only trees shifting endlessly, their bark carved with faces I almost remembered. The hunger had gone, because it had me. Now I wander, not in life, not in death, but between. I see hikers sometimes, curious souls, drawn by stories and silence. I try to warn them, but I have no voice. Only shadow, only chill. Some nights, when the moon is low and the vines bloom pale, I see my reflection in the stream. It's not my face, not anymore. And always, just beyond the trees, I feel the serpent watching, waiting for the next one, for the next wound. I am still here, not whole, not gone, trapped between worlds, never at peace.